Ryan Brown. Birmingham Racecourse Casino.
On both 24/7 sites for Florida and Penn State, how impressed recruits were at both of those road atmospheres as Alabama survives the swamp and Auburn battles to the end and comes up short on a unique we'll call it unique, weird, low percentage fourth down call at the end. We'll talk about all of that and everything else that went on in college football and the National Football League as we get rolling for another week here on the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester all here with you today. And as always, your phone calls at 205-734-0923. Let's start with the loss, late night, Saturday night, Happy Valley, where Auburn had some really good positive things to come out of that. One of those, just the fight of the team in a tough environment. But in the end, you come up short. And for me, there were two just big highlight points. One, the little trickeration play that
not needed,
that fans always question if it doesn't work. They love if it works. And then the fourth down play call at the end. Those are the two things that jump out quickly for me. Give me your thoughts each on Auburn, Penn State.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you got to give Brian Harsin a C for coaching because I agree with you, the trickeration to start the second half. You know, Auburn right there sitting down 14-10. Should have been 21-10. An absolute easy drop pick six going into half. So Auburn was fortunate to get that break and to come out just an unforced error there, to not go for it on 4th and 1 where they kick an easy field goal for Carlson.
I had no problem with that. You didn't like that?
I think I would have gone for it.
Well, the only thing is, even kicking the field goal, you still kept it a one-possession game, even if Penn State drove down and scored, which is what they did.
So, look, I mean, that's just me. That's nitpicking right there because, look, he did convert the field goal. It was a one-possession game, so you could go either way. I just thought the way the Auburn was running the football, whether it was Bigsby or Hunter, I think they probably picked that up.
Yeah. I didn't have a problem with the field goal. Didn't like the trickeration, but again, if Kobe throws it and it's a backdoor touchdown that goes 75 yards, everybody, look at the coaching.
But especially, you got to understand your audience here now. Especially Auburn fans are not going to like that because it felt very Gus Malzahn.
It did.
And I think any other fan base that does it, when it doesn't work, they're going to question it. You're going to say, because it's exactly what I said. What an odd time to run that play. It felt like you hadn't set it up really, that you're not even in the part of the field where you normally run that kind of play. You're normally closer to midfield when you do something like that. You're coming right out of the locker room. I don't know. It just felt like a weird time to run it. But especially Auburn fans who look at that and say, boy, that felt like Gus Malzahn all over again.
Boy, not to turn on that tangent, but watching Gus Friday night, this is another reason that Auburn fans are glad that he's no longer there. He'll find a way to lose 4 or 5 games at Central Florida, which is amazing.
He's gotten his quarterback knocked out now. We're about to see the Joy Gatewood era.
Yeah, now Gabriel hurt on that final play of the game. Anyway, that's a different story. But back to the other questionable one, the fade on the 4th and 2, just a low probability on that play altogether. Even if you've got Aaron Rodgers throwing to Devontae Adams, I don't know if that's the best play call in that situation. And again, we talked about it all week. The best player on the field is Tank Bigsby, although I will say Jarquez Hunter is –
he's closing ground.
I mean, he really is. I mean, whenever he's got the ball in hand, he looks just as good as Tank. But those are the guys behind that offensive line. That's the play you want to run, I think, if you're an Auburn fan.
Brown, I thought after the trickeration fumble where it just slipped out of his hands, just a mistake, something he felt horrible about. It was apologizing on social media, on Twitter later that night. At the next drive for Auburn, where they marched down the field, I think if you come out and you do that drive out of the locker room,
bingo.
I feel like it's a different game in the second half. Auburn, where they had to have it, it was probably the best I've seen the Auburn offensive line play maybe in 2 years. And they just came out and just marched it down the field in a drive that really put them back in the game, and it set a tone, I thought, for the second half that Auburn was going to fight and kept them in the mix.
Well, you had only given it to Tank Bigsby 8 times in the first half, and I think a lot of Auburn fans, and I know you're saying, well, we're trying to keep it fresh for the second half, maybe that's the answer, but a lot of Auburn fans realized, hey, this is the best thing we got going right now is Tank Bigsby. Give him the football, right? So I think you were hopeful, all right, coming out second half, let's establish the run with Tank Bigsby. You run the trick play, doesn't work, blows up in your face, creates 7 points for them. And then what do you do on that next drive, Dunaway? You come right back with who?
You come back with Tank Bigsby in that run game.
That's right. And that's where Auburn fans are like, God, I wish we had done that on that first drive. And this is a totally different game now if we do that on that first drive rather than go trickeration. So even that second possession of the second half even highlighted the failure of the trick play even more.
You know, we put that over-under at touches for Tank at 23.5. It was 24 touches.
Yeah, so it was a good number right there.
Which was right on it. You know, and I thought Bo played well up until, that series where he almost threw the pick six. In the second half, it was kind of the Bo you're used to seeing on the road.
That's the equator of his night right there, the separation, the line of demarcation. 11 of 15, then he throws that almost interception. 10 of 22 after that.
I thought after the drop pick from Penn State, I thought Auburn was going to win the game. I really did. Because, you don't get so many of those moments in such an evenly matched game.
Yeah, I thought Auburn had a really good chance of winning that game. We'll talk more about it throughout with you guys as well on the phones, 205-734-0923. Part of the show being brought to you by, in our opening segment, by our folks at Mortgage Right, who are trying to give you an opportunity to go experience great places like Penn State or Notre Dame or the Horseshoe or Clemson or somewhere in the SEC maybe you haven't been. Tickets to any game you want.
I talked to a lot of Auburn fans that were up in Happy Valley, and, man, they loved it. And I'm curious to get some on the air today, 7340923. I'd love to hear from some Auburn fans that were in Happy Valley. But if you want to go to a college football home game of your choice, Mortgage Right has a way you can do it. They're going to pick one lucky winner October 1st. All you got to do to enter is go to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's for the next round, mortgageright.com/TNR. And submit a mortgage application. Any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest. They're going to pick the winner October 1. So go to a home game of your choice, mortgageright.com/TNR to enter today. It is that easy. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Yeah, great video there from one of our viewers of his trip up to Happy Valley. Toby, we appreciate him letting us use that video as he circled around the stadium there in Happy Valley. Just a beautiful facility, and the whiteout is fantastic, especially when it's at night. Now, everyone reacting to Alabama's win, and 17 in a row. I always have to remind people that they won the football game down in the swamp against Florida, against the number 11 team in the country. And Florida holds their spot at number 11. Alabama did not lose a single vote in the AP poll. Still got 59 first-place votes. I feel like the nation respected that 31-29 win a little bit more maybe than some fans here locally. You labeled this the annual Pete Golding show, Brown.
I think I know our audience. I think we'll get some Pete Golding hate on this one because they had no answer for the Florida run. And if you had a more proficient throwing quarterback than what Emory Jones is, you'd have been in a lot more trouble than you were.
But if you don't have a missed extra point, who knows what happens?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Who knows what happens because Florida doesn't have to go for two and they can tie the game. I would say Florida had no answer for Alabama's offense at that point either. So I kind of like Alabama's chances of getting back down and scoring late and winning that game. But if you had a better throwing quarterback in a Florida uniform than Emory Jones, that game is even more interesting than it already was. And I think that's what has Alabama fans concerned.
No, I understand what you're saying there. The quarterback being able to run, though, if it was a traditional, I like Alabama's defense better against a team that's not going to run the ball like they do.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying he's still running the football, but if he could throw it as well as he could run it.
If that's Matt Corral playing for Florida on Saturday, Alabama loses that game.
They could lose that football game.
And by the way, 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. After the first quarter, I thought, I gave out Florida plus the 14 is what it ended up going off at. I thought it was going to end up being a pretty good game. And then after the first quarter, you're like, here we go again.
Yeah.
This is going to be a 35-point game. So you got to give Dan Mullen and that Florida Gator team a lot of credit to be able to make the adjustments, not panic, stay in the game, and just grind and grind and grind.
When it was 21-3, Brown, I wonder if that impacted the sidelines. Nick Saban talked about losing their intensity, and I wonder if it came too easy too early for that team in that atmosphere.
It looked like a team that took their foot off the gas a little bit after it was 21-3, and it felt like, oh, okay, this is what we always do. We come into these situations, which is what I expected them to do, by the way, Lance. I expected that. How could the team not? They see it all the time. We come into these situations, it gets all hyped up. Everybody says, look out, look out, look out. We're up 21-3. We're going to win this game 42-14. That's what it felt like, honestly. It's what it felt like. And I don't know how you don't feel that way on the sidelines.
You know, Dunaway brought this up last week, and I find it really interesting. You know, Anthony Richardson doesn't play because of a hamstring injury. Brown, you tweeted out before the game, the guy's doing flips.
CBS showed him,
in
man.
the pregame.
He does a running, what's it called? I don't even, a running, he jumps and does a flip.
Yeah, something we'll never be able to do.
Somersault?
No. He's off the ground, Jim.
Like
It's
a legit flip.
A legit flip. And how the guy can run pregame and do a flip and can't play in the game is baffling.
But Dunaway brought this up, and I was like, I think it's a crazy theory to look. We're going to play Emory Jones. We're going to sit Anthony Richardson in case we get a shot at Alabama twice. And then Anthony Richardson plays in that second game. By then, he's much more seasoned. He's ready to play that Alabama defense. I just found it was really interesting that he did not play one snap. In pre-games, he's doing flips. And maybe Dan Mullen knew going into this game that his team was much better than they looked in the first couple of weeks.
I personally believe what Shane Matthews told us on the show, that he is making so many bad reads that against the lesser competition, his athletic ability got him out of some jams. And the reason we didn't see him had nothing to do with the hamstring, is that he wasn't able to get him into the right play, the right protection. I wonder how much of what Florida did, and only the coaches will be able to tell you this, how much of what the Florida Gators did was Emory Jones calling a play, reading off of this and that at the line, something that Anthony Richardson can't do.
Well, I mean, listen, once you got past halftime, to me, the Anthony Richardson story is a dead one, because why would you have pulled Emory Jones? They were moving fine with Emory Jones. It was when it was 21-3 and that offense was going nowhere and Emory Jones looked overwhelmed that I wondered why you didn't see Anthony Richardson turning flips pregame, can't play endgame. That was the puzzling thing to me. But, man, when you start playing like Emory Jones did, basically from halftime on, I don't know why you would pull Emory Jones right now. If he can do that to Alabama, Georgia's probably the only better defense he's going to face.
Well, the disturbing thing I saw from Alabama was the push that Florida was getting up front on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
And, this defense coming into this year, I never would have thought, based on the Florida offense that we've seen the first couple of weeks against Florida Atlantic and then against South Florida, that you would see a 99-yard drive and a 75-yard drive.
Yeah, I've got an alarming number for you, though. And this is a film study number. We don't do a ton of X's and O's here. We let people do it for us, like Connor O'Gara of Saturday Down South. No, who is he with?
Saturday Down South.
Is he? Okay,
yes.
Saturday Down South. But he credits PFF. So this is from Connor, but he's talking about PFF, Pro Football Focus, who they do the film grades, right? They know what they're doing. They know how to grade film. Henry To'oTo'o, there are 421 inside linebackers on the FBS level. Against the run Saturday, Henry To'oTo'o ranked 334 out of 421. He had a 50. His grade was a 50.
Wow.
I had some 50s in high school and college.
As you watch the game, it did seem like he would, if he went left, they were going right. If he went right, they were going left. I don't know his responsibilities on that. I just know the sheer, blimp view of what I was watching was they were able to run like Ole Miss was able to run last year. And Ole Miss is better than they were offensively than they were last year. That game's coming up. Alabama has got to get it fixed, but they survived. They won the game. There's got to be a value in the fact that Alabama won the football game in a hostile environment with Bryce Young making his first start. He didn't throw any interceptions.
Well, yeah, I got a text about, man, this Bryce Young looks like he's really struggling. I thought it was a tough atmosphere. The numbers overall weren't bad. He didn't make any critical mistakes. And I think after the game, you saw a lot of relief from Nick Saban. I think we tend to forget this is the SEC. This is a team now, I think, I saw a tweet yesterday, they haven't lost in 659 days. It is nearly impossible to go back-to-back years in the SEC undefeated, and you escape a game in that environment, and you still win against what was the number 11 team in the nation, and people are critical.
Yeah. And there's reason to be concerned. Critical, I think, is stepping way too far out on a limb.
Yeah, and as it pertains to Bryce Young, I mean, let's look at the positives with Bryce Young in this game. Because it's not all positives with him, but the positives, he was fantastic in the first quarter. I mean, fantastic. They're up 21-3 before you can blink. And he looked dominant. Alabama looked dominant. He was making good throws. I think for some, the negative is his hesitancy to run. I don't know if he's being coached that way. I don't know if Bill O'Brien and Nick Saban have said, son, we want you to run as the last option. But there was one play, I can't remember what quarter it was in. I think it was third quarter. There's one play where he's easy got a first down. All he's got to do is run to the sideline stick, and you got the first down, wide open for him. Still looking to throw. And I think that was the play where he pushed it downfield, and Mechie had it knocked out of his hands. He tried to go long with it, which is what he does a lot of times. But then the worst one was the 2nd and goal, where Alabama ends up having to settle for 3. He's got to try to get that ball in the end zone. I know you may have to dive, you may have to give your body up, but, man, you got a clear path to the end zone.
That's when the ball was tipped and Latu came down, left foot out, right foot in.
And look, if Latu catches that for a touchdown, maybe you ignore this. But he's lucky he didn't get it picked, first of all, because it got tipped. And secondly, you've got an open path to the end zone to get 6. You got to make those runs if you're going to play quarterback. And I don't know, Lance, if he's being coached not to do it or what, but he's not doing it.
We'll get reaction from our chat room, and you can call the show 205-734-0923 right after this 30-second little really educational commentary by our friend LT about nut dust. It was a hot, sticky day. Humid, said Nick Saban down in the swamp. Always a great place for our friends at Nut Dust.
Yes, Nut Dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code NR20, 20% off your entire purchase, including those Nut Dust T-shirts. Go to officialnutdust.com, NR20.
In the chat room, here we go, Brown. TJ, leave Pete Golding in the swamp, not the stadium, the actual Everglades.
Find a swamp somewhere.
Blake says, if Bryce Young would take off and run the ball on some of these crucial downs, I believe the score wouldn't have been that close. He agrees with you on that.
You know, in today's college football, giving up less than 30 points per game is not awful. You know,
and that's pretty good offense too. I mean,
yeah. They lead the nation in rushing right now.
Right here, I agree with Paul, who Florida does.
Yeah.
Well, they helped that Saturday. I agree with Paul. To me, and this was the biggest red flag of the day for me. You had a lot of busted plays for Alabama's defense. Florida mishandles the kickoff. The kid lets it go out of bounds at the 1. Mental mistake. You got Florida pinned down, time for the kill shot, right? You give up a 3rd and 10 from the 1 where DeMarco Helms comes in, and I don't even know what he's doing. I mean, he comes in, and he's like jumping around behind the receiver.
And Helms was active.
Yeah, Helms is a good player.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's a bad player.
On Saturday.
But you give up that that 3rd down conversion, they get a first down, and then they drive it the rest of the field for a touchdown. They put 99 yards down your throat right there.
That was the game changer as far as making it a game.
You got a chance to end the game right there if you're Alabama's defense. You got them pinned down, a quarterback that at times has been shaky throwing the football. You got to go for the kill shot there, and you instead let them drive 99.
Yeah. More from our listeners. Justin, who was at the game, fantastic atmosphere up at Happy Valley, Auburn fan up at the game. Fans were super nice. You always hear that about Penn State fans.
That's what I've heard from every Auburn fan I've talked to.
Yeah, and you always heard it from Alabama fans, and the great relationship between Tide and Nittany Lion fans. He said the PA announcer doing play-by-play was extremely annoying. That's old school PA announcing where you're announcing the play. Really, you shouldn't do that as a PA announcer.
Yeah, I had someone tell me that it sounded like a young guy doing it, and he said, I don't know how to describe it, but it was a little bit like an NBA or Major League Baseball game. So I don't know what the PA guy was doing, but I've heard that from a couple people.
Yeah, Corey with a great point here. It was when you're playing in the style of football that we see played now offensively, a lot of times it's one-on-one and it's a 3-yard gain if you make a tackle. If you miss a tackle, it turns into a 9, 10, 11-yard gain. And Corey said he thought Alabama tackled poorly from about the second quarter on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Alabama was missing open field tackles. Fortunately for Alabama, Florida was too. Just about any time Alabama dumped the ball out to McClellan, Florida couldn't get him to the ground. So I guess it was the same on both sides. But Yeah, that certainly is alarming.
Wicked Roller on YouTube. Never seen Alabama shoot themselves in the foot as much as they did this past Saturday. I'd take you back to an Ole Miss game where they fumbled the opening kickoff at Bryant-Denny. What year was that? Was that 2015?
Yep.
And they turned the ball over, and balls were bouncing off defenders' head right to Ole Miss. That was a shoot yourself in the foot kind of game that I remember. Stephen, right there on Facebook watching us live. Bryce isn't too accurate, over 20-plus yards.
Yeah, he doesn't throw the deep ball anything close to what.
Yeah, I think Alabama fans got spoiled last year watching that.
Tua and Mac threw a really good deep ball. He does not. He's nowhere close to that.
Yeah, but I think that again, I'm just a fan, but I think that a lot of that has to do with separation too.
And you're not getting that right now with the wide receivers. You're not getting that with Mechie. You're not getting that with Jamison Williams. And I don't know if that's going to come, Dunaway.
Yeah, I mean the separation was you're spoiled by four first round draft picks. I mean you're throwing to wide open receivers 20-plus yards, and those aren't there, at least to this point. A lot to get to. We'll do our Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekend. When we come back, you guys keep them coming on the chat room. Also at Next Round Live, you can jump in with us there. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at TruckWorks. Listen, if you're looking to change your career, here's the company for you. It's TruckWorks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. They're hiring right now as we sit here. And September's winding down. You're thinking, man, what am I going to do in 2022 for a job? How about switching to our friends at TruckWorks? They're hiring all experience levels in all departments across all their locations, 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. To see more about those open positions, go to the website, truckworks.com. That's works with an X. truckworks.com. Hit the tab that says join our team. We're back on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank, member FDIC.
Back with you on the next round. Part of our show being brought to you by Ship Happens. A lot of you folks hit the road this weekend. If you don't want your business to get caught in trouble on the road, use our friends at Ship Happens.
Yeah, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Grant, any news on Will Anderson? Saw him limping off to the locker room after the game. Was told after the game that was exhaustion. It was him just banged up a little bit and exhausted by playing so many plays and being such a running game.
Yeah, it seemed like, I didn't know if that was exhaustion or like celebration, but it did seem more exhaustion than injury. It didn't look like he was limping, just looked like he was exhausted.
He played well.
He did. He played his tail off.
Yeah, so did Drew at the fill-in for Chris Allen. Yeah, I thought so too. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hempill. We'll tell you about Hempill in just a second. Let's do some phone calls.
All right, you can reach us 734-0923, 205-734-0923 as John in Mobile has. John, what is up? How are you in the Port City?
Hey, guys. Very hot down here.
Oh, yeah.
That's not no surprise. Watching the Alabama game, the things I took away from it was when Bryce Young hits people in the hands, we can't catch the football. We couldn't run the ball. We couldn't stop the run. But other than that, we look really good.
Other than all those things, okay.
This is 4 years of Pete Golding. I don't understand, was he allowed to get on the plane to come home? And if so, why? I don't get it. And the thing is, once Lane Kiffin starts breaking down that tape, I bet he won't sleep for 2 weeks because of all the opportunities he sees. I still understand. To me, it's fundamental. Now, I know Florida had something to do with that. They got, everybody on scholarship down there, but I'm concerned.
Yeah. Concern's a good word.
No confidence in the defense.
Yeah. Concern's a good word, and you bring up a great point, the fact that it's an off week for Ole Miss. They're the only team off this week, so they get an extra.
Love the show, love the format.
Thank you very much. They get a little extra time off, and they get to game plan. One of the best play callers in the sport gets an extra week to game plan for this Alabama defense.
Yeah, and you think about Matt Corral's yet to throw a pick. This is a team, 707 yards this past weekend. They ran 94 plays. How often do you see a college team run 94 plays in a game.
I mean, that's a lot. Yep.
And I watched that game. They hit 61 midway through the third quarter, and Lane called off the Dogs. They were playing some people that I'm not sure expected to leave the Grove and got into the game.
Now, I would say, this is a typical Lane Kiffin. They go out, they dominate, but they have 9 penalties. But at the same time, Alabama had 11 penalties this past weekend.
A lot of those on snap problems on the offensive line on the road in the swamp. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill. They bring us the best and worst of the weekend every Monday. We'll get right back to the phones after you tell me about Hemp Hill.
Yeah, the team at Hemp Hill Services, my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Had that AC unit go out a couple of months ago. Of course, Hemp Hill was the phone call that I made. Hemp Hill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, an independent train dealer. They service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Our number is 205-734-0923. That's where you find Don in Vestavia. Hello, Don. How are you?
How you doing, guys?
Great. Thank you, man.
So with this Alabama team, I guess we're going to have to try to embrace it for Bama fans like 2014, which was the year that I think we went up to Arkansas, barely eked it out, and
Correct.
Saban went berserk.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of feels like that with so much inexperience.
Oh, can I just ask you real quick?
My worst of the weekend, specifically the Alabama linebackers, seeing some of the replays of them just completely out of position. I will also give it to the University of Colorado Buffaloes with 0.63 yards. Texas A&M's got to be feeling really good about only being able to score 10 on them the week before.
Yep.
My best of the weekend was the Titans' comeback to overcome the Jimmy landmine, predicting them to the playoffs, allowing only 6 in the second half with Tannehill, Julio, and Derrick Henry going off. That was quite shocking that we actually went up there and won, considering how we ended the first half, where I don't know if y'all watched the game, but on Seattle had like a minute 5 left with all their timeouts, and they drove down, never took a timeout, and scored with like 20 seconds left. It was just incredible that we actually came back from that. So that's what I got for this weekend.
Thank you.
That's very good. I just was going to ask him. I was wondering why he goes back to 2014. Obviously, there's some stats on giving up how many rushing yards they did and being outrushed that takes you back to 2014. But to me, this feels like the Monday after last year's Ole Miss game to me.
It
now,
does.
29 is not 40 whatever, but the way Florida ran the football, this feels like the way Ole Miss ran the football in Alabama last year. And from that point forward, gradually the defense got better, and you just wonder if the defense will gradually get better, or is it the fact that it's happening before you see Ole Miss come to town that is bringing us so much more concern?
No, I can see the similarities. I don't know if this is better or worse. I never thought Alabama had a chance to lose the Ole Miss game. I felt in the fourth quarter there was a chance Alabama could lose that game against Florida. I didn't think Florida moved the ball as well as Ole Miss last year either.
I think maybe the comparison, and some time has got to pass, but as I remember that 2014 team, Trey DePriest was your middle linebacker, which to me, in the Saban era, Alabama has had some incredible middle linebackers. And I think Trey DePriest was probably the weakest of that run. And I think some people are fearful that Henry To'oTo'o is the next Trey DePriest. Though, as people are pointing out in the chat, guy was killer against the run at Tennessee. How does he come to Alabama and play for Pete Golding, not only as his defensive coordinator, but as his positional coach? Can't stop the run all of a sudden.
With more talent around him.
I don't understand how everyone's focusing in on To'oTo'o here.
Well, I think the numbers.
It's an 11-person problem. It's not a one-person problem.
But I think
I thought he played well against Miami.
When teams gash you with the run up the middle, you're going to go to your middle linebacker. I mean, To'oTo'o is the guy you're going to point at. It's not all on him, but
again, I thought the Florida offensive line, they had push all day.
That's right. By the way, Alabama's defensive line did not get to the quarterback, Emory Jones, who ran for 85 yards himself, only had 2 negative plays all day long. Only 2 times was he tackled for no gain there. So It was a problem to me on the Alabama defensive line, and just a great effort of blocking for Florida. It wasn't all on Tua for me. The 2014, people going back to there, is because the Gators averaged 7.1 yards per rush in the second half. And the last time anybody did that to Alabama, it was the 2014 Ohio State team, where it looked like Alabama could not ever stop Ohio State from running the football. With Zeke Elliott and those guys, they just kept running it whenever they wanted to run it, and they would gash them for 6, 7, 8 yards to carry. And that's what Florida was doing there in the second half. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by Hemp Hill. You guys are jumping in, as always, in our chat rooms on our live video today on YouTube, on Twitch, Facebook Live, and there on Twitter as well. We appreciate you guys jumping in. A lot of people's best of the weekend also goes to one great catch in the Oklahoma game, the interception from DJ Graham, where I think it was Gus Johnson who screamed, "Give me that, Odell." It was an Odell-like moment. Boy, the sticky gloves can make for some great catches. I don't know if linebackers wear them, but it was one of the great interceptions you'll ever see. Hats off to Nebraska for fighting hard in that 11 o'clock game.
Yeah, look, Nebraska, some special team woes. They kept it a one-possession game. They had ball in hand with 57 seconds left and maybe an opportunity to tie that game. The interesting thing on what probably is the best catch you will see the entire year on that interception was it was a 4th and 18.
Right.
And Lincoln Riley said it after the game. Kind of put us in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great play, or rather you just knock it down. Right?
He actually said he considered challenging to see if if the ground helped him with the catch.
Take our interception away.
Take our interception away, which would have been a unique thing. But some more best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill as we get going. And we'll hear from Brian Harsin post-game, what Nick Saban said post-game, Bo Nix coming up at 11 o'clock. Brian, if I asked you best of the weekend for you, what was the best thing you saw this weekend?
That Arizona-Minnesota game yesterday in the late window was phenomenal pro football. I mean, the late game last night was good too, Kansas City and Baltimore. But boy, I really enjoyed that Arizona-Minnesota game. And one thing I like about these games,
I can't believe Minnesota missed that kick.
I know. What'd you give out?
Well, no, I gave out Minnesota. I had them plus 3.5, so they were fine.
Oh, okay.
I just needed Arizona as a divisional game.
As a divisional game, yeah, I got you now. Boy, that division. Whew. Is everybody 2-0 in that division?
No. I mean, so Seattle lost yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Seattle lost to Tennessee.
But San Francisco in the first half, they couldn't do anything offensively. Now they've lost 3 running backs.
I know. 3 more running backs, yeah.
So,
you know what that means, right? Mr. Yeldon, I have the San Francisco 49ers on the phone.
You might get him. You might get him at some point. But
I don't know how you don't. I mean, Darrell Henderson now is out for my Rams. They don't know what the X-rays are going to come back. He might be out a couple of games. So, I mean, you've got so many running back injuries right now. My point on the NFC West was going to be every team has flaws. Arizona's defense, as good as they looked in week 1, looked that bad against Kirk Cousins.
Had no answer.
Kyler Murray, is electrifying as he is, threw a pick 6, then threw another pick in the red zone.
Yep.
So, the Rams, the defense, not nearly as good as it was last year. The lack of depth at running back right now. So, to me, it's a great division, but there's a lot of flaws.
I got a Cowan Equipment poll question out for you guys. And we'll get Brownie's worst of the weekend and LT's best and worst mine as we move throughout the hour in the show. Your Cowan Equipment poll question today involves Alabama's future schedule. The toughest opponent now after watching Alabama beat Florida in the Swamp 31-29. The most difficult game left on Alabama's schedule. Is it at Texas A&M? Is it at Auburn? Is it home to Ole Miss or other? You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. It's brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Hey, and Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us at cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, go online, go to cowan.com.
And here's a good time to tell you that we want your best images from the weekend. We ask for these every Monday with our friends at New Life Art. And then we give away a prize on Tuesday. We've had 2 winners so far. The week 3 winner will be announced tomorrow. But today's the day you get into the drawing by sending us your pictures from your party over the weekend or your tailgate. If you went to a road game or a home game, whatever it was, just you enjoying football, send us your images from the weekend, and we will select a winner and give you something from our friends at New Life Art tomorrow. Saw a lot of great pictures from up in Happy Valley with the Auburn fans making the trip up there, Brownie.
Yeah, there's no doubt. To your poll question, to the Cowan Equipment poll question, I hesitate to make score comparisons.
Right?
You know, this team did this to this team did that. But if I'm a Texas A&M fan, the fact that Colorado, and a caller mentioned it earlier, lost 29 or 30 to nothing to Minnesota, that scares the you-know-what out of me because we fought and tooth and nail just to beat them.
Yep. 100%. That's a
that
good.
Scares me to
something
death.
to take.
I think Ole Miss is the answer.
Yeah.
Something to take into consideration as our viewers and listeners vote at Next Round Live. As I was talking about New Life Art, though, bringing you the image, send those in, and New Life Art will give you a great prize. New Life Art bringing you that image of Mondays right
New
here.
Life Art also bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, call 1-800-735-2787 or check out that incredible work, DanielMooreArt.com.
Alabama's still number one in the AP poll. Auburn only drops one spot. They're still in the top 25. Florida holds their own. Arkansas, Texas A&M are the big games this weekend in the SEC. They play each other. Arkansas hasn't beaten Texas A&M in 9 straight tries. I think Petrino was the last coach at Arkansas to beat Texas A&M. They get it going this weekend on CBS at 2:30, the SEC on CBS. This is the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
I can't believe you're talking smack. You have the best team in the league.
Oh, stop.
Guess what we got this week, Rexar?
A Bucks Rams?
Yes, sir. You think that's going to get brought up once or twice?
Well, somebody took a bet on the Rams.
Yeah,
making the playoffs.
Oh, I know. I remember.
I really believe that the Rams will win that game. The Bucks are looking ahead to Week 4 with the Patriots. Big game for Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah. That juggernaut Patriot team.
It's a statement game.
Payback game for him, right?
Yeah, statement game against Belichick.
So that's the late Fox games. The whole country gets that one right.
We just
so
hope
we'll
the
all get to watch.
44-year-old makes it out of the Rams game.
I hope he does. Right now, he's slinging, what has he thrown, 10 touchdown passes in 2 games? It feels like that.
No. Right now, Tom Brady's on pace for 77 touchdown passes this year.
Would that be a record?
I think that'd be a record done away. I mean, he's got 9 touchdowns right now. He's on pace for 77.
Yeah, if you could only play the Falcons every week.
What a weird game, though. The Falcons came back and made it interesting as far as like around the number yesterday in that second half, and then just an explosion. That Falcon team, Arthur Smith seems really, really
Well,
overrated.
I saw a lot of that. I didn't watch a ton of that game, but I saw a lot of that reaction is that Arthur Smith is out of his league.
Yeah, that team has gotten old and dysfunctional really quick. They had a window, should have won a Super Bowl, had a window to be really good with Matt Ryan, and it seems like it's almost time to strip it down and rebuild it over in Atlanta. More of the best and worst of the weekend with you guys as you continue to chat there in the room. A lot of golding. If we block the word golding right now in our chat room, no chats would make
Empty.
it through.
Completely empty.
If we made that a cuss word right now, I'm not sure we'd have any chats at all. Wayne's brings us part of the show today. Over 100,000 families using Wayne's all over our viewing area, whether you're in Auburn, Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Nashville, or Knoxville, Tennessee, all over the SEC footprint. Where you watch good football, you also get protected by our friends at Wayne's. And with the promo code TNR, that stands for the Next Round, TNR, you get $60 off your initial EnviroPest service. Wayne's protects all of us. They're the exclusive provider of the entire Next Round live team. That means they provide us with our residential and our commercial termite protection, the pest prevention, the mosquito control, and the lawn care service. And you can get $60 off that initial treatment with the TNR code, TNR, at checkout. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. You will not be disappointed from your lawn to keeping the pest out with my friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. All right, give me some more best and worst of the weekend. Goose says worst of the weekend is K Smart messing around. I'll change his word there with quarterback. Great coach that occasionally makes, quote, dumbass decisions, he says.
Man,
JT is rolling. Better put Bennett in to throw off everything to give up an interception. Well, I mean, that Georgia game, Georgia was going to beat South Carolina easily. They handled that game.
Didn't cover, Dunaway.
Didn't cover.
That's hard to believe.
Is that why Goose is upset?
40-13.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Luke Doty, that
game.
late touchdown pass, and you knew Georgia was just going to, sit on it after that. But, yeah, they win by 27. It was one of my few losses over the weekend, but that number went off at 31.5.
23 of 31, 3 touchdowns and a pick for him. They have played one good defense. UAB's defense was just overwhelmed in that game. South Carolina's just not a great football team. I don't know what to make of Georgia.
Yeah, I'm as
really
lost as I've been, I think, after 3 weeks of college football than I've ever been.
Yeah, it's hard to figure some of these teams out. And Georgia's one of them. I think Georgia is really, really good, and I think their defense is good. But they haven't faced an offense. Give me the offense they have faced. It's anything.
They haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
Let's make this a little future assignment coming up at the top of the hour. Give me your 4 teams if the playoffs started right now. I'd like to see the 4 you put in there, and we will do all of that at the top of the hour. More best and worst of the weekend. A lot of people jumping in saying their worst of the weekend was SEC officiating. It was an SEC crew, obviously, in Happy Valley. It was an SEC crew, I believe, as well in Mississippi State and Memphis. How they allowed the Memphis kid to pick up that ball and run it into the end zone and count that
I loved it.
Is mind-boggling to me.
Look, Calvin Austin, the kid can play. That was one of his 3 touchdowns for the game. But, watching, I didn't have the sound on. I had it on a secondary TV, and you could see the official waving arms. And I was like, damn, he's picked that up for no reason. And then they take it back, and then they show the graphic, 90-whatever yard touchdown. I'm like, when are they going to pull this off? Or when are they going to call this off? When are they going to review this?
Because it was obviously the state players stopped. The Mississippi State players stopped initially, right?
Yeah, but people aren't – I don't think a lot of people are aware this rule exists, that if you don't take possession of the ball, if you don't, grab it, hold it, hand it to the official, if you just touch it down, the receiving team can pick the ball up and return it. Now, here's where the rule gets crazy. They can pick the ball up and return it, and if they fumble it anywhere in that return, as long as there's no penalty, it goes back to the spot where they picked it up and they keep possession. That is a weird college or NFL rule.
Yeah,
too.
NFL too, because you'll see people go into the middle of a pile, try to pull the ball out just to take off with it.
Because even if they touch it and fumble it after it's been touched, they keep possession.
They keep possession as long as there's no penalty.
Now, help me out,
if I'm
though.
returning it and you got a hold or a block in the back, all bets are off.
Now, we saw the back judge waving arms to signal play was dead.
Correct.
But was a whistle ever blown?
I don't think so, because if a whistle's blown, you got to bring it back.
I mean, if this guy's doing like this, he's blowing a whistle. I mean,
you would think, but I didn't hear it.
I mean, that's the way you do it. But he's waving his arms. It's obviously the Mississippi State players had stopped there. Memphis had 2 of the same number on the field. They missed 4 or 5 things in one play. That shouldn't have happened. The targeting call in the Auburn Penn State. I mean, I grew up an Alabama fan, but I don't care if it had been a Penn State guy diving. If a guy's near the goal line,
there's nothing else McClain can do in that situation.
Yeah, and he's going to reach the ball out. McClain's got to dive and keep him out of the end zone. He didn't really, use the crown of his helmet. If he was targeting with his helmet, but at that point, that's nothing else McClain can do except to dive there. And they said something about as you're going to the ground, or
you're
what is that?
Defenseless. As you're going to the ground, you are considered defenseless.
The entire game is played going to the ground.
So it's almost like you can't hit anybody if they're going to the ground.
Yeah, to me, part of the issue is in the defenseless discussion. All right, you say going to the ground, he's defenseless, but in this situation, not only is he going to the ground, he's going to the ground and he's about to reach the ball out for the goal line.
Right.
So how is that defenseless? Defenseless to me is I can't make a football move. I am defenseless. Well, he's making a move. What is McClain supposed to do? Stand there and watch him reach it across the goal line, break the plane? I don't know. And there's no strike zone there. He's going to the ground. McClain can only dive at him.
Yep.
That's the only thing you can do there. Give me one. I mean, can he lead with his feet as a karate chop?
Yeah.
What else is McClain supposed to do?
And it even looked like McClain, to avoid targeting, almost turned his back to him to try to shield him.
But did you hear what? What's the guy's name? I can't
Terry
remember.
Alty.
No, I can't remember the guy's name.
Joe Official.
I'm not going to remember his name. The guy that's on the ABC that they go to all the time. He said, "Hey guys, even if he hits with his shoulder, it's going to be targeting
because he's defenseless.
Because he's defenseless. I mean, so basically, you got to hit with the shoulder in the midsection while the guy's going to the ground. Good luck.
You're talking about threading a needle.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
That was probably the third of the worst calls, though, in that game. I mean, obviously, Penn State punting on third down. I mean, that's just unacceptable.
How does that happen?
It just doesn't happen. I mean, you've got so many people, and James Franklin, after seeing it in the broadcast, I was like, well, this is on Franklin because Franklin's got to be more vocal, even call a timeout, raise holy hell in that situation.
Lay on the field.
He said that he talked to everyone, and everyone agreed it was 4th down.
Yeah. It even felt weird as I was watching. I was like, is it 4th down already? Because the graphics weren't matching up and everything. It was just, I mean, you really have people keeping score, keeping play-by-play charts. Just stop the game if a coach questions it, just stop it and buzz up the top. Hey, what down is it?
Yeah, what I don't understand is how the guy running the thing got off because it was a grounding.
Mark that one, Rockstar.
I got it.
It was a grounding, which was lost it down. If anything, he should have left it on 1st down, forgetting it was lost it down for grounding.
Yeah, I almost, the old Nebraska-Missouri 5 downs, that's almost something you believe more than losing a down. Like you skipped ahead twice in the order, maybe forgetting to change it. That was really weird. All right, that's the Hemp Hill Best and Worst of the Weekend, brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services.
You guys know that Hemp Hill are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Make that phone call today, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, the Next Round presented by Bud Light, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. As we move to hour 2 on this Monday after an Alabama win at Florida over number 11 Florida. I don't know if you saw it live, but in the highlights, maybe you saw it throughout the day, of Feinbaum staring down the little alligator. If that gator had jumped up and bit Feinbaum on live television,
He would have said, I need more meat than this.
It would have been a small meal.
That thing's viral in Europe.
The chaos that would, I mean, what do you do on live television? I've been in a lot of situations before when tapes didn't roll or things fell around me or somebody came up and jumped their hat on and started cussing me. I don't know what you do if what Laura Rutledge would have done if the gator had just locked onto Feinbaum's face.
You got to put the tourniquet on, and Rockstar's right. Probably would have chipped a tooth biting that bone.
Immediately hit that bone.
I mean, the gator had to be thinking, is this a T-Rex that is staring me back down? What was the thing in the smaller bird-like thing in
Pterodactyl?
T-Rex.
Yeah, I don't think pterodactyls are too small. What's that wingspan? Probably 12 feet?
What was those little small things in Jurassic Park?
The little running bird.
Velociraptor.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Again, those are 6 feet tall.
Really?
Feinbaum right there. Were they really 6 feet tall?
They seem smaller.
Yeah.
Your knowledge of things that don't exist anymore.
My dinosaur knowledge.
He is a Jurassic Park fiend.
I was on this weekend.
We're going back to the phones, 205-734-0923, after LT tells us that Michelson brings us part of this hour. You will see clearly another week of college football, some betting lines, which includes LSU being a 4-point favorite on the road in Starkville this weekend. Surprising line for me right there.
Hey, again, almost 20 years ago, I got the procedure done after having LASIK surgery with Dr. Mark Michelson. I don't miss a play. Make sure you see every single play on the field, too. Call for the hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. Again, 969-8100. You could go online, michelsonlaservision.com. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, 205-734-0923 is where you find Dwayne in Tuscaloosa. Hello, Dwayne. How are you?
Good morning, Howard.
Good morning. Doing great.
As far as Feinbaum and the alligator, size-wise, that seemed like a pretty good matchup. But,
I thought it was going to be a fight.
yeah, I thought it would have been pretty good. But anyway, y'all were talking about the targeting road.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've had this problem for years with this road, is when they come out with the rule and explained it, it could be called just as much on the offensive player as it could the defensive player.
Correct.
Now, how many times has it been called on the offensive player?
Very rarely.
Yeah, I mean, a handful
I
at best.
Any, but I don't watch it much.
I saw a running back. I can't remember which game it was.
It's one out of 100.
Some random game where a running back actually ducked his head in the open field and they called it on him, but you almost never see it.
Right. Well, a lot of these, in my opinion, if you've got a running back headed straight for a linebacker, the linebacker drops his shoulder to hit him in the midsection. What's the running back do? Drops his head and makes a move. Well, there you go. It's head to head. which is not, in my opinion, the defensive fault. It's the offensive player that dropped his head, and made a move and made it go head to head on a lot of occasions, but they never called that. And I think it's a good rule, and I understand it, but it's totally against the defense. It doesn't seem like they're calling it like they said they were going to do it from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree with you that it. I'm okay if it's a guy who is hitting a defensive receiver whose feet's not on the ground and he's launching, or if you're using your head, your helmet as a weapon. That's what I thought it was designed to do. I mean, it seems like we have so many wrinkles off of it that we need a little bit more, peeling it back and getting back to, the basics of what this rule was intended to do.
Protecting the players. I mean, was there any chance of someone getting hurt on that play?
No. Well, they would argue the tackler is the one that is putting himself at risk by leading with his head. But you watch the replay and he's not.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess by rule, the kid that you would say is defenseless is the one that's at risk of getting hurt. I didn't see a huge risk in that play.
But you can't be defenseless and about to score 6 points.
It's going to be hard.
Well,
right.
The Auburn player, that was not targeted. I mean, that's a crazy rule. It's almost like this stuff has drifted down from the NFL quarterbacks to where they're not a bunch of wusses, but they sure look like it's due to the rule. You can't hit them low, you can't hit them high. I mean, you can't hardly touch a quarterback. Yeah. And that's what it seems like it's getting down into college, is that you can't tackle. When you should be able to tackle, you can. It's turning into like flag football to me, it seems like. They're calling it so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dwayne.
Yeah, I appreciate the call.
The NFL rule is it's to protect the money that is the quarterback
it's
and the
to protect
investments.
the TV rating.
That's right.
Yeah. And you've already got 4 quarterbacks that went out yesterday.
Exactly.
Yeah, but look, my 44-year-old quarterback, Tom Brady. I mean, the Buccaneers are one of the most watched teams for the rest of the year unless Brady goes out. And then you've got a lot of Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, late afternoon games where the Buccaneers are not nearly as attractive.
Well, I mean, you think about 2 quarterbacks that went out yesterday. Carson Wentz, I mean, that looked horrible, and he tried to give it a go, and then Jacob Eason has to come in for that final possession and throws a pick. Carson Wentz just seems like he's always going to be injured. That was the thing that I worried about when you guys drafted Tua, and I said,
here we go.
One of the reasons that Dunaway and I have a stake bet on that, and I don't, I know the X-rays were negative, but, that's just one of those things. Can you manage the pain?
Yeah, and that's the question. But with the offensive line in front of him, why put him back out there until he's
Was he at 3 of his first 4 attempts?
Yeah, I mean, he was getting lit up left and right. It wasn't on Tua. So, but anyway, that's why they protect him in the NFL, because it's TV ratings. They're not as protected in college, but the targeting is far more prevalent in college, obviously. They don't call it as much in the NFL. They only fine for stuff like that in the NFL. I think guys are getting paid, too, so it's a little bit of a different situation. It's just one of those deals. For instance, like there was a play, and I can't remember the Alabama player. It was either McClellan or Robinson, I think. They're going to the sideline, they stiff arm, and they literally grab the guy's face mask. That's a face mask. I don't know how else you could call it, but a face mask. I got my hand on it. It's a stiff arm, but I got my hand on his face mask.
By rule, though, you can do that.
I don't think you can grab.
Yeah, you
grab
can.
I don't think you can grab and turn.
You can't turn it. You can't turn it. You can grab his face mask.
Yeah.
You can't move him. You can't move it around.
But there again, the rules are there to most of the time penalize the defense and stuff like that.
We did best and worst of the weekend, and while we were doing that, I told you guys who would your top 4 be right now. The top 4 on this Monday, brought to you by our friends at Standard Insurance Agency.
You got to have insurance done away, and you may as well get the best value you can. Auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months, so here's what you need to do. You need to get an insurance checkup with the Standard Insurance Agency. Get your coverages. Well, you pay for those coverages every month, and call this number, 664-3200. Let them run the numbers for you and see if they can save as they have done for me. 664-3200 or StandardForInsuranceGroup.com. That's the website to go to get that insurance checkup with the Standard Insurance Agency.
Right now, the AP poll tells you the top 4 would be Alabama playing Oklahoma and Georgia playing Oregon. Do you agree with the AP poll, Lance?
No, I do not.
I don't either. What would your 4 be?
Well, look, my 4 are just based on what we've seen through 3 weeks, who I think deserve to actually be in there. I don't think there's any chance that 2 of these 4 will end up being in there. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a chance 1 will. Alabama and Georgia are 1 and 2. Then I would put Oregon at 3. They've got the best win of the college football season. Look, against Stony Brook, who knows? They won 48-7. They turned Stony Brook over 4 times. Just kind of one of those games that you thought you would get. And then I would put Iowa. Iowa's got 2 really, really good wins in there. Iowa's defense is still lights out. It was only 9-7 after the first against Kent State. I don't trust this Iowa offense, but, the defense is still really legitimate, and they've got two of the best wins in college football.
That's exactly the way I would do it, Brown. I go Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, Iowa.
Because the thing with Iowa, once I get past Oregon, it is perplexing. But here's what I'll say about Iowa. Everybody from that point on has obvious flaws, and Iowa does. But Iowa's at least beaten 2 good teams. And I don't know who else I can say that about. Now, Indiana, I think they're a good team, but they have 2 losses.
Well, they've got a bad quarterback
they
now.
do.
And it's really sad because I guess you're going to have to blame this on injury. But Michael Penix, watching that game, they're up 14-0.
And should have been like 24-0.
Yeah, and just a complete meltdown, and ends up throwing 3 picks. And he looked lost. And, you got Freifogel, who, I was reading this morning that Mel Kiper had him as right outside of the top 10 in the first round.
Yeah.
He was that good of a wide receiver. His physicality, all of his tools. And now Freifogel, he's not a factor in that offense right now.
Yeah, but everybody there has got flaws, don't we? Penn State, they've got some flaws. Texas A&M's got some serious flaws. Cincinnati even has got some flaws. I mean, if you just go the rest of the undefeateds there, Notre Dame's undefeated. They've got massive flaws.
Yeah, their losses coming this week.
But I want to ask you guys about Ole Miss, and it wasn't a joke. I mentioned it to Brown earlier. He may have thought I was joking, but this Ole Miss team they haven't played anybody yet. So when they come off this bye week and they play Alabama, it'll be interesting to see what everybody thinks after they play Alabama. But just what we've seen with Matt Corral, who's now, I believe, the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy, Matt Corral is having a Joe Burrow, a Mac Jones, those type careers that we've seen recently. A quarterback just such offensive numbers. They ride it all the way to the national championship. This Ole Miss team looks to be playoff worthy to me right now. How close do you think Ole Miss is to being playoff worthy? Against Tulane, who we saw them against Oklahoma, 372 rushing, 335 passing, and they called the dogs off midway through the third. They could have scored 80.
Yeah, look, this offense, it's going to be really interesting to see what they're able to do in 2 weeks coming off this bye in Bryant-Denny against Alabama. I assume that game will be 2:30.
No announcement yet, but I don't know how else you would do it. You have 2 undefeated teams.
So 2:30 for Ole Miss, 7 o'clock prime time for the Texas A&M game if you're planning ahead.
Matt Corral's completing almost 70% of his passes. He has yet to throw a pick. Again, as you said, the competition is very questionable. But Matt Corral's also a quarterback, and you saw Emory Jones give Alabama a lot of problems running the football. Matt Corral can run the football. He's averaging 5 yards a carry with 5 touchdowns on the ground already. Jerrion Ely, Snoop Connor, multiple guys that can run the football. You look at the receivers with Mingo and Drummond. I mean, offensively, they've got all of the weapons to match up with Alabama. It just comes down to, week 1, we saw them against Louisville. The defense in that first half looked much improved from 2020 to 2021. But how improved is it? That's the question mark.
I don't want it to go past what you just said. He and Bryce Young are tied for the Heisman favorites at Caesars right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Matt Corral is playing some really good football. I just got to see it before I'll believe it.
Yeah, there's nobody else you can put in that mix, though.
Yeah, they haven't played anybody, Dunaway. To your question, do I consider Ole Miss a national championship contender? No, I don't. Not yet. Louisville is not a good football team. Austin Peay is Austin Peay. Tulane is Tulane. Go into Bryant-Denny and do it, and I'll believe it.
I will tell you, this number has changed for me. I would have listed this before this past weekend at Alabama 17.5. I think
12.
I think it'll be 13.
13?
Which would be less than it was when Alabama was at the Swamp this weekend.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah. They're number 13 in the country, Brown. How high up do you have to be before you start considering them a national champion, a playoff contender?
No, it's not how high they have to be. It's beating Alabama. Okay. Wherever they go after they beat Alabama, that's where they'll have to be before I consider them a playoff contender. I can't consider the Ole Miss. Now, listen, we're talking brands here, Jim. And Ole Miss is not a national championship brand. I cannot consider them based on wins over Louisville, Austin Peay, and Tulane. I got to see something else.
Yeah, and I'm still, look, Lane Kiffin has, he's just a coach that's never won a championship. He's had a lot of opportunities. So Lane Kiffin, the defense was horrendous last year. Brown mentioned the brand. They've never even been to Atlanta to play for an SEC championship game. They've got a long way to go. But if they beat Alabama,
new ball game then.
It does seem like we're destined to have one or two new faces in the college football playoffs, right?
I tend to agree with you. I would say right now, and I've got this coming up in 3 and out, but two teams that would have been bookable coming into the season. A lot of people would have said Alabama. I think we all would have agreed Alabama's got more question marks. Oklahoma with that schedule, Clemson with that schedule, those look like bookable teams in the college football playoff, and I'm just not seeing it right now.
No. Well, I mean, let's go ahead and knock it out then. We'll do 3 and out right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, 4 locations all over. And listen, when we tell you about Vulcan Tires, obviously it's in the name, but they also do bumper-to-bumper service there. They've been taking care of our cars for a long, long time at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. Dunaway mentioned 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
We'll start with a little NFL and work our way to college. More surprising 2-0 right now. Matt Rule's Panthers or John Gruden's Raiders?
I was thinking of this question. It's so weird Lance asked that. I was thinking of this maybe even as a poll question today because I got to say the Raiders – because done away they have done it against the Ravens and the Steelers. Mm-hmm. One of those on the road, obviously. Everybody's going to play a road game.
Down 14, though.
Yeah, I mean, but to do that against the Ravens and the Steelers, that's 2 pretty good teams.
I'm more surprised by the Panthers because of how they're doing it with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Matt Rule's got Sam Darnold looking really good. They're calling great plays. He's got some weapons. I just feel like the Raiders have a lot more weapons. And I was worried about when Carr got rolled up on after a big pass there yesterday. I thought it was going to be his Achilles or something with his ankle. He got back up and came into play. The Raiders have beaten better teams, but I am more surprised at where Carolina is right now.
Yeah, I would definitely go the Raiders here because I said earlier this summer or before the season started that I thought that Carolina could be a dark horse to win the South this year. I thought they would be much improved. We just see what Matt Rule's able to do with organizations and what he's already done. And I thought Sam Darnold could be that answer at quarterback. It's been more about the defense. Panthers defense #1 right now in the NFL. They did play the Jets, so that wasn't surprising. Okay. But for them to completely shut down the Saints and make Jameis look like old Jameis.
Who didn't see this coming after all the week 1 love, though, that Jameis Winston was going to give you 11 of 22, 111 and 2 interceptions. Who didn't see this coming?
But Derek Carr's got 817 yards through 2 games and no Josh Jacobs yesterday.
Yeah, or in the first game. So Jacobs hadn't played yet. A lot of weapons they have there.
Second down.
Okay, I hate to ask it, Brown, but who misses more starts this year, Carson Wentz or Tua?
The Tua injury right now isn't as severe. I mean, it's just ribs. X-rays look good. His offensive line's the problem. I mean, he's going to get hit again and again and again. It's just not a good offensive line. I mean, I think the Colts have a better offensive line, but Wentz looks like that was a more severe injury he's going to have to deal with. This is a tough question. I think with that offensive line, I may have to go Tua.
I was surprised that the Colts played the Rams as close as they did.
Oh, I wasn't.
Yeah, I was.
Had the Colts plus 3.5.
Yeah. I had Florida plus the points, so I wasn't surprised about what went on in the swamp. I'm still going to say.
So you don't think this Colts team's good?
No, I think it's a good roster. No. I don't like their quarterback situation. I thought Miami was better than what they showed yesterday against the Bills. That was a hungry Bills team. As they said in all the pregame shows, all the people that played the game in the NFL, the desperation you get from good teams that are 0-1 in week 2 is something you count on. That really good teams that happen to lose week 1.
Well, Buffalo showed it.
You can book them in week 2, and Buffalo was one of those teams. I would say, and apparently I was wrong, Jacobs did play in week 1. I thought he had a toe and didn't play in that game either. I'm going to say Colts. I think Wentz ends up missing more games than Tua does.
Third down.
More wins in 2021. Manny Diaz in Miami or Brian Harsin in Auburn?
Gosh, Brian Harsin in Auburn.
Well, I mean, it's an easier schedule for Manny Diaz, but boy, they are not a good football team.
What are they, 1-2?
They are 1-2, and they've been blitzed by Alabama and really Michigan State. I mean, that score, I don't know how much of that game you were watching, Lance.
Well, I was watching a lot because it was one of my losses on Saturday. I had Miami minus 6.5. I felt good about them going into that game. I thought they would regroup after the scare with Appalachian State. I wasn't believing. Michigan State's got some really good transfers. They've got some guys that can play on that offense.
They do, but this is a no-good ACC, Dunaway. And just the remainder of that schedule for Miami.
Well, can they win out? Because Dunaway needs them to win out.
No, they cannot win out. That's
well,
your
I can afford a loss for a push, but they need to win out for the fact that they have no running game, zero running game,
which is surprising. Cameron Harris was pretty good last year.
They're asking De'Aaron King. He threw the ball 59 times
and was in and out of that game too.
In and out, and he still threw it 59 times. I mean, Rhett Leslie's given up, or they don't have a running game, whatever it is. And this is a really. Somebody on the desk didn't think Mel Tucker would be successful.
Yeah, that was me.
He's got
own it.
5 wins. 3 of them have been against ranked teams now. 3 of his 5 wins are against ranked teams. That may be, I'm sure there's a more improved team out there in college football, but there aren't many that's improved more than Michigan State's improved from last year to this year.
4th down.
Ultimately, more losses in 2021, Clemson or Ohio State?
Oddly, they both have quarterback issues. Stroud's not playing great.
No, I agree.
It gets overshadowed because they had a ton of yards against Oregon.
Yeah, and Travion Henderson is going to end up being your most expensive DraftKings running back because what they're going to start doing is just running that kid to
But
death.
their defense concerns me more than Clemson does, and the Big Ten competition is better than the ACC competition. Some tricky games in the ACC, but I'm going to say Ohio State ends up having more losses than Clemson.
I read this morning somebody's got Clemson. It was an overreaction, but based on how bad the offense is, 8-4 this year. Now, there's no way. You'd have to lose to NC State this week, which I don't think they will. I think that could end up being a good game. They're still double-digit favorites in that game. I just don't know where the losses are for Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find them, but I
will tell you this: if I'm a committee member and they're if they were on the table, I'm not
right now. Don't let it pass you though that they got outgained by Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Not a top-tier ACC team. Georgia Tech
with a backup
them.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Jeff Collins had a good defensive plan, but Uiagalelei is not looking good at quarterback right now. As Pat Forty writes today, not everybody's ready to be the man when it's time for you to be the man, and DJ's struggling to be the man right now. But Ohio State, Penn State looks good. Michigan looks good. Rutgers. I mean, you just start naming Iowa. I mean, whoever you play in the Big Ten, there's a lot better teams in the Big Ten than there are in the ACC.
If you're part of the creative team of Fansville and Dr. Pepper, do you give him a lacrosse stick? DJ? Make the transition.
Send him to Central and not State. That ball was like a son to me.
I love it when the wife goes, "It was right at you."
I was holding all this stuff, Mom. All right, that is 4 downs. 3 and out. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, make sure you get into one of those great four locations. They can do anything bumper to bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Bo Nix coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk to the Auburn quarterback after the hard-fought loss up at Happy Valley. Nick Saban's news conference at 12 noon today. And much more with you guys as we continue on the phones, 205-734-0923, and what Rockstar is watching next on The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Next Round is proud to partner with our friends at Taco Mama to support local Alabama startups. Taco Mama is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, Taco Mama wants to give back to startups that are trying to build their new business and live out their dreams. As part of this promotion, Taco Mama and The Next Round wants you to send us a 90-second or less video telling us a little bit about your startup. The Next Round will select multiple winners, and they will receive a taco bar compliments of our friends at Taco Mama, and one lucky startup will receive 1 month's free advertising thanks to our friends at Taco Mama. Taco Mama knows how difficult these first steps are, and they want to support local startups and make their journey just a little bit easier. Really simple. Email us that 90-second video or less, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's staff@nextroundlive.com. Again, Taco Mama celebrating their 10th anniversary, and as part of this celebration, they want to give back to startups trying to build their new businesses throughout the state of Alabama.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
Rockstar's viewing menu before we get back to the phones, to JD and everything. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, who also remind you to send in your images for the weekend to get into the drawing for a great giveaway with our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call them today for more information, 1-800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com.
It's premiere week. New shows, returning shows.
I watched some of the Emmys on one of the TVs last night while that track meet was going on between the Ravens and the Chiefs. A lot of love for The Crown and Ted Lasso.
Did Kate Winslet win for Easttown?
Yeah,
she did. She sure did. Yeah.
Wow.
You knew she was going to, though.
She was very happy.
She was too good.
Did she wear her hair up or down?
But the she still looks a little off.
Yeah, really? She dropped it
looks
off.
a little off.
Yeah, no, she does.
She still looks like what was her name?
Mayor.
Yeah,
Mayor.
Yeah,
Lady Hawk. Roy Kent, though, he won Best Supporting Actor, the football player in Ted Lasso.
Yep.
And boy, they had to beep him out. Did you see that?
I did not.
Well, they told him not to cuss, and he said, blah, blah, blah. He went on a big rant.
I didn't realize this. He began that show as a writer. So he was one of the writers, but he had such a connection to Roy Kent that he basically started sending auditions to the producers. And he talked them into letting him be part of that show.
Like, I think even the graph guy from the doctor show back in the day, what was it called?
Doogie Howser.
No.
ER.
Quincy MD.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Scrubs.
Was it Scrubs? Yes, Scrubs. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Of course
Scrubs. He's a writer on the show. I mean, they had a lot of actors who were
Zach
writers
Braff?
on the
Zach
show.
Braff. You
Yeah,
said Graff. That's why I couldn't figure out what you're talking
Zach
about.
Braff, yeah.
Braff.
Okay, I always thought it was Steffi's brother, Zach.
Smoke show.
But
What's
what's
like JT Daniels, by the way, Zach Braff. If you can pull us side by side.
I don't know who the actress is, but the lady who had her mom's ashes in White Lotus, she comes out.
Jennifer Coolidge.
Yeah, she comes out, and I don't know if she
batshit crazy.
I don't know if she always talks like that, like she does in her
She's
characters.
crazy. Yeah.
But she was in character like that, and she is like, I don't know. And she was giving out for best.
You watched a lot of the
Oh,
NFL. That was a heck of a football game.
No, I had it on, Brown. I just don't have to hear the announcers
Do you
to
hold
enjoy
yours
the game.
when you watch?
What now?
Do you hold yours when you watch your Emmy?
No,
I've got to.
I have the candles. The candles.
Hey, didn't you tell me a story that Jennifer
In the middle of
Coolidge,
the
when
story.
you were working on an old radio station,
Yes.
that she came in studio and she was like openly hitting on like a really young intern?
Jack, if you remember.
I don't
our-
remember him.
He was a twin actually, but she was like, "Who is that?" I was like, "That's my intern Jack." She was like, like just really uncomfortable. It was with Richard Dixon.
So she's
always in character.
So she's in character,
Yeah.
and she's like, I don't know, male supporting actor. I just want to congratulate all 5 of you folks for working hard and overcoming the biggest obstacle there is, being a man in Hollywood.
What a line.
I can tell you her three hobbies, though, just not even knowing her.
Probably
Snacks,
so.
sex, and therapy.
DOSST.
Hey, probably on the couch for all 3.
Yep.
Well, 7
So
p.m.
anyway,
Season 30. If I said season 30 premiering tonight.
Dancing with the Stars.
Dancing with the Stars.
So roommate is so excited because Cody Rigsby, one of the Peloton guys,
yeah.
I've
wow.
actually
Sounds
ridden to some
awesome.
of his classes. He's actually on there. He is a piece of work, though.
So is the sensei from Karate
Martin
Kid.
Cove.
Yeah.
And Suni Lee from Auburn.
8 p.m. on Fox, you got a new show called The Big Leap premieres tonight. A group of diverse, down on their luck people attempt to change their lives by participating in a potentially life-ruining reality dance show featuring a modern reimagining of Swan Lake. What do you give? 3 episodes?
Yeah.
I don't even understand what it is right now.
And then 9 p.m. on NBC, that Ordinary Joe, they will not promote it on the football game last night. They refused to promote it.
Oh, is that the one where he makes 3 decisions and
yeah,
he changes?
it's like 3 different
That seems
lifetime-
really confusing.
Yeah. Joe Kimbrough is his name.
I'll tell you. So I finally watched. I snuck in the first episode of the Martin Short, Steve Martin. Selena
Only
Gomez.
Murders in the Building.
Only Murders in the Building. It was well done. You guys would like that
Yeah.
a lot.
That first, the scene that got me was the first scene with Steve Martin on the street. That's when he meets the couple.
Very, very uncomfortable dialogue there. But you guys would really like it. And it's short. It was like 40 minutes maybe.
No, it's not even. I think it's like maybe 32 minutes long.
Yeah.
They're short episodes.
I would highly recommend checking it out.
Did anybody watch The Hack? Even know what that is? I mean,
No.
it was nominated. It had people nominated in every. They didn't win any, but they were nominated in every category. And I was like, "What is this show?"
Never
I've
heard
never
about
even
it.
heard of it. So The Hack.
I'm getting told behind me it's hacks. I don't know.
He's close
It's
today.
multiple. HACKS.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'm blind.
Are you going to pull the picture of Zach Graff and
Braff.
JT Daniels? I'm kidding.
All right, back to the phones we go. 205-734-0923 on the Pepsi hotline.
JD in Huntsville is next. Hey, JD, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. The thing that concerns me about Alabama, the defense giving up 5 drives over 70 yards,
Mhm.
199-yard drive. I just got to feel like, Pete Golding got to pull those guys aside and say, okay, you know what we're doing is not working, so they're running, we're going to drop a safety down. We're going to do something different, to shake it up. But just it's almost like they thought, well, we'll just keep scoring enough and we're still going to win the game. I'm thinking, I don't know, man. That's concerning. If you give up a big play, you can say, okay, well, on that one play we botched it and they hit us for a big one. But when they get 5 drives that's that consistently beating you, that's got to be concerning. Offensively, I mean, I thought they played great. I think Bryce Young should take off and run a few times when it's there. At the goal line, I thought that he had it. If he just went to the corner, he's got the touchdown instead of trying to throw that ball. But I don't know, man. But what do you guys think? I want to mention something about Auburn, but what do you guys think about that?
On your defensive comment, the fact that they had 9 runs that were 10 or more yards, that's alarming. That's not just beating you with 4 and 5 yard runs. You had 9 almost double-digit runs that went for 10 or more yards against Alabama.
Yeah, and Malik Davis, had 10 carries, 86 yards. I mean, averaging almost 9 yards a carry. Just Davis himself.
Yeah, so that's alarming. But, JD, your point about the offense, are you not concerned at all about the rushing numbers? The fact that, and I know, hats off to Brenton Cox and what the Florida defensive front was able to do, but the fact that Alabama just ran the ball for 91 yards, is that not concerning to anybody at all?
I think that's super concerning. And now I will say this, though. Well, they did have to punt, but I was going to say when they were trying to burn clock, they were able to run it somewhat effectively to burn that clock. But they ended up having to punt, too. They couldn't run it all the way out.
Yeah, but who is going to be that guy? Brian Robinson got a little banged up, and, McClellan is done multiple things. But, are you really going to have – it just seems, and this is one of the things that I brought up when we were talking about that point spread last week, still uncertain about the offensive line, which didn't look good this past weekend. I didn't have any concerns about the defense. Now you've got to have some concerns there. But also wide receivers, there's a drop-off. And from Najee Harris to what you've got right now, there's a drop-off.
Yeah, there's no doubt you're dropping off those spots. Offensive line's not getting the push it needs. The offensive line lost its composure in the game. I know it's loud in the Swamp, but, you had a bunch of pre-snap penalties. Alabama had to go from the clap to the silent count. That threw them off. Excuse me. There were a lot of issues. Here, I do want to say this positive, though, about Bryce Young. That's a tough spot to put a first-time road starter in. I need you to burn the clock down as much as you can. Oh, and by the way, the clock isn't working.
Yeah. Then don't worry. They'll turn it back on for Florida's final drive. But it's not going to work for you. Yeah. You're part of this game.
But he didn't panic. I mean, you got to give him credit for keeping his head and keeping everything calm on the field while he's having to look to the sideline for them to basically say, snap it now, snap it now, snap it now.
And JD, I just wonder, you always hear Nick Saban is that he prepares for everything. I wonder, and next time I get a chance to, I'll ask him, I wonder if they prepare for no play clock, no time on the field. If that is something that they practice, that time's being kept on the field, and they just throw that scenario at you in a scrimmage or in a practice like, Bryce, like, hey, coach, what happened to the clock? Clock's not working, man. You got to go. You got to go. No clock.
And I'll be interested. He may address it today in his press conference or not. We'll ask John Metry on Thursday. But I would be interested to know how they were communicating to Bryce Young, because I don't know what is he, the back judge, the guy that's all the way in the back. For the last 20 seconds, he drops his arm. I cannot imagine depending on that, though.
Yep.
Or maybe it's the last 10 seconds where he drops his arm. He's responsible for that. But it seemed like Bryce Young was looking to the sidelines and getting signals. It seemed like they were keeping the time from the sidelines.
I would trust my sideline more, I think.
No doubt about it. I think, because you've got an assistant. If you're Nick Saban, and Nick Saban's prepared for everything, it seems like you've got an assistant with a stopwatch, and as soon as they blow the ball in, he hits it. And he's communicating with Bryce Young, here's the time that's on the play clock.
Yep.
Snap it now. Or you have 5 seconds. Get the snap off, whatever it is.
JD, you had something on Auburn. What was it?
We
did. We lost him. It did sound staticky there.
Yeah.
He had something he wanted to bring up about Auburn. We have a lot to bring up about Auburn. Part of our show, though, being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters as you get ready for those great trips on the road.
Yeah, camping and outdoor equipment, clothing and footwear for all the outdoor activities. You get it all at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Great prices, too, for the brands you know and trust. Always be prepared with Nichols Outfitters. They are off exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in-store or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
We'll talk to Bo Nix coming up at the top of the hour about that Auburn game in a little bit. I thought the receivers, let Bo down sometimes. A couple of key drops. He missed a couple of open receivers, but I'm still wondering about the playmakers at the receiving position for the Auburn Tigers. Your thoughts on Auburn's receivers after seeing them in a challenging situation in the whiteout.
Well, Kobe Hudson sans the turnover to start the second half. I mean, they got him involved. So, I mean, look, that could end up being a bright spot. I thought Demetrius Robertson would be more, of a factor by now. You saw him, come out, get really involved in the game plan against Alabama State. I thought he would be more involved, had 5 grabs, but for only 23 yards. I mean, really, they're utilizing the tight end a lot.
Yeah, and John Samuel Schinker is a nice player. I don't know that he's a game-changing tight end.
He ain't Kyle Pitts.
No, he's not. He's not a Kyle Pitts or Jaleel Billingsley or a player like that, I don't think. They had Robertson for the touchdown on the first possession, and Nix gets pressured right up the middle at his feet, so he can't really step into the throw, and they miss on that touchdown and end up getting a field goal. And in a low score, 28-20 is a pretty low-scoring game. You get that touchdown right away, you never know.
Yeah, it may change your play calling coming out of the second half.
Yeah, you're right away. You've got that 7, but you could have been up 7-0. Instead, it's 3-0 because you allow your quarterback to get pressured a little bit.
A lot of questions about the play call on fourth down.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Brian Harsin. After the game, he's asked about the fade route, the play call on fourth down. Here's what the Auburn coach says about the decision there to throw the fade.
Yeah, we talk about it. Everybody kind of gives their input, and then we have those plays are pre-planned and scripted in those areas. So those are things that you work on, and I got to go back and look at it on exactly what happened. Obviously, we didn't execute it or get the play out result that we wanted. So, but those are things that you go into a game plan, and believe it or not, that you actually spend time on it, working through it, and going through the different scenarios and get to that moment. That's the play selection that you have and what you choose. So we went to that menu of plays, and it didn't hit like we wanted it to.
Yeah. There, when it happened, that just seems like such a low percentage of play.
If you've got DeAndre Hopkins or Mike Evans, you can understand making a throw like that. But you just don't have that type of weapon. And, Herb Street mentioned it on the broadcast. Man, that is a low percentage throw. And it's not like Bo Nix was playing well in the second half.
When you run that play is when you're down on the goal line and 3 points matters. You got to protect the 3 points. I'm going to take a shot at 7. But I'm going to run this play because it ain't going to get intercepted. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to kick the field goal, and we're going to win the game, or we're going to take the lead, or whatever.
Or you can run that play on first or second down.
Run it on first and second down. It's not going to get picked off. Fourth down, who cares if it gets picked off? It's fourth down.
If I'm an Auburn fan, what frustrates me is I want the ball in my best player's hand, and that's Tank Bigsby. And even if he gets stuffed, hey, look, man, at least we gave it a shot.
Yeah. To me, I thought that the play was going to be what you saw Bo do against Oregon on that play that he had to get. Remember the way back where he had to get that first down to keep the drive going before he eventually threw the game winner?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be one of those where Bo's rolling out. He's got some options to throw it.
Or maybe run it.
And then at some point he decides to run it, dives at the goal line. It's going to be bang, bang. Is he in? Is he not in?
Better percentage.
That's what I thought was going to happen. I thought so too. But that was a hard one to watch on that final play. The receiver getting tangled up. You rarely, if ever, get that call
you're not
on a pass interference.
No.
And then I'm not even sure the ball was, catchable, even if it had been, if he had gotten through clean or what. It's just a low percentage play there. We'll talk to Bo about that performance coming up at the top of the hour. A lot more to do here on the show. You can continue to jump in the chat room as people are reacting to Alabama's win. Rex G22 just seemed like a lot of mental mistakes for Alabama in that. And he's asking, how do you guys feel about the Bama OC?
It looked good in the first quarter.
Yeah, 21-3 after one quarter. Then after that, if you can't run the football, man, 91 yards rushing, that is an alarming number to me. But really the defense is going to steal a lot of the focus, the lack of stopping the run on the other side of the football. Much more with you guys as we roll on. Part of our show today being brought to you by our great friends with Mortgage Right. Brownie, you got an opportunity for Mortgage Right to get you to a college football game of your choice if you sign up with them.
That's right. Really, all you got to do is go to mortgageright.com/TNR for the next round, mortgageright.com/TNR. Submit a mortgage application, and any application filled out during the month of September will be automatically entered into the contest, and you could go to a home game in college football of your choice. They're going to draw the winner October 1, so hurry on over, mortgageright.com. MLS.com/TNR. Start your application today and get registered. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, and Taylor and Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the next round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We're about to do our Urology Center Minute. right here. We'll get back to the phone calls, and then I've got some stats for you. Just from my friends at The Athletic and their writing over the weekend, some of the post-game notes you get from college football SIDs everywhere. But right now, tell us about our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. The physicians at Urology Centers of Alabama will want you to know the facts. Prostate cancer could happen to you, your friends, someone in your family. In fact, 1 in 8 men will have prostate cancer during his lifetime. African-American men, as well as men with family history of prostate cancer, are considered high risk and should start screenings as early as the age of 40. Men who are not at high risk should be screened beginning at the age of 50. Call Urology Centers of Alabama to schedule your prostate screening. It's a simple blood test and physical exam. Prostate cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death among American men, but early detection is the key. Urology Centers of Alabama leads the way in prostate cancer diagnosis and personalized treatment. Their entire team of experts takes an individualized approach to your care. If you're a husband, dad, brother, or friend, you owe it to yourself and the people around you to get screened and know your family health history. Do the responsible thing. Schedule your annual prostate exam. To learn more about prostate cancer, visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920 today.
All right, Bo Nix at the top of the hour. Right now, more phone calls.
Antonio and Moody is up next with us, 734-0923. What is up, Antonio?
Man, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Awesome, man. You doing all right?
Man, doing great, man. I first of all, I went to the game, and I want to tell you, man, Florida got some of the greatest fans that you can ever imagine. They are so hospitable when it comes to games. Man, I was sitting next to a couple of them, and they was like, "You're not gonna rub it in after y'all whoop us, right?" And I was like, "No, that's not us. Me, my dad, and my son, and my sister went to the game." I said, "That's not us. We're not gonna rub it in." I said, "But the one you need to wear, the one that would, she's not sitting by us. That's my sister. She's sitting way off. She is the most obnoxious Alabama fan that you can imagine. But she's way off. You don't have to worry about her."
Well, they've changed a lot since the 90s, let me tell you, those Florida fans have, yeah.
That's different than what I used to hear about Florida fans.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they were great, man. I mean, great throughout the whole day. But I tell you, man, when we think about the game, if Bryce Young would run some, that's probably a 10-point game instead of being a 2-point game. That pass that he threw to Latu, he had nothing but open space in front of him that he could have ran in, walked in. And then there's the pass that Slade Bowden dropped. So instead of us getting 2 field goals, that was 2 touchdowns that we missed.
I thought they scored after Bolden dropped the pass. Did they not? Was it
Yeah,
that?
they did
score. Yeah, that was the 4th down touchdown
Perhaps
run.
they did. Maybe they did.
Yeah, but they went for, they had to kick the field goal when Bryce Young did not pull it down. You're right.
Yeah, that would relieve some of them because they keying in on the run because they know they're doing the run option. If he would run, then they got to watch out for both of them. Well, they know he's not going to run for the most part, and they're keying in on the running back.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he would just run just a little bit, in fact, when he ran one time, he got 9 yards or whatever. But if he would just run just a little bit, he was awesome in the game because they were loud, and he just showed such poise. It was loud in there. But if he would do that, it would relieve some of it would help the rushing game a lot, man. And I just want to see what y'all thought about that.
Well, I think it's a great point, man. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but the ability to factor in a quarterback run, I mean, that's what was working so well. I mean, Emory Jones didn't kill it, but 85 yards rushing, just the threat of the quarterback running may loosen up maybe some of even the coverage on receivers.
Maybe so. I mean, again, normally these things aren't going to get you beat when you're Alabama because you're not in tight games. But the fact that Alabama had to settle for 3 instead of scoring 7 was a massive difference in that game because that game comes down to a 2-point conversion.
Yeah, Alabama might end up being a 3-loss team without Bryce Young. Who knows? But what makes Kyler Murray, watching him back to the game that you were talking about, Vikings and Cardinals yesterday, what makes him so dangerous and opens things up? Defenses are on their heels nonstop. You don't know what the kid's going to do. And I don't know if Bryce Young has got that skill set, but he's a very athletic kid.
Those of us here at the next round, we've partnered with the folks at Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch to remind you to drink responsibly.
Well, drunk driving prevention is a priority for Anheuser-Busch. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. So encourage friends to join in, pledge to decide, join in the pledge, decide to ride, decidetoride.com. Pledge it there. It's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham, Budweiser, us here on the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A couple of stats for you here. Right now, Clemson is 107th nationally in yards per play. They're last in the ACC, 107th nationally in yards per play. They've scored just 17 points against the FBS this year in their 2 games against FBS opponents.
Yeah, it's a problem, averaging 8.5 points per game. I thought that this would be the game they got right against Georgia Tech.
I don't think they're going to get right.
I don't think they are either. I really don't believe. I mean, the one positive coming out is Will Shipley is getting more comfortable in this offense, so you've got another weapon. But you've got receivers in Ross and Nada. It starts with the offensive line. I think DJ is really, really I don't know. He's just he's thrown off.
He's bad.
He's got no confidence. But I mean, going back to last year, you guys watched him. He was good when he played last year.
Bo Nix at the top of the hour. Any concern, Brown, that Ohio State and our dyslexic friends from Tulsa, that was the smallest horseshoe crowd since 1971. Their smallest crowd there in Columbus since 1971. Opponent or...
Some of it is opponent, but I don't think there's a frustration level with Ohio State yet, but they've got offensive problems. I mean, C.J. Stroud has not been great, and it got overshadowed a little bit because of their defense was so bad against Oregon.
Stroud's got to get better because there's no excuse. You've got Olave, you've got Wilson, and now you've got TreVeyon Henderson, who's going to end up being one of the best running backs. And watch out. If they go on a big run, we're talking about Heisman potentials. TreVeyon Henderson is a freshman that could put himself in that mix.
Yeah. Final minute of this hour, LT. Give me a quick thought on BYU. Big win over Arizona State. They start the year with 3 wins over the Pac-12, Arizona, Utah, and Arizona State. They haven't allowed more than 17 points in any of those games.
I mean, Kalani Sitake, again, going back to last year, I think the team is 15-1 now, and they're just dominating the Pac-12 South. I mean, it started with Arizona, a game they were kind of sluggish. They physically dominated Utah, and they found a way to take out Arizona State this past weekend.
Yeah, great defensive play by Tyler Algier right there at the end to punch that ball loose. Bo Nix is next. The show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
They are just off 280 and 119 right there in Tattersall Park. Go see my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg, and get straightened out. I went just to get looser in my golf swing. What I find out is that the nervous system, the spine, it controls every single cell, tissue, and organ in your body. You get that aligned, you get healthier overall, and it's for all ages. Dr. Lee always says, easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So enjoy a healthier life today with Greystone Chiropractic. You can make an appointment at GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 205-981-8090 for Greystone Chiropractic.
On Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from my friends at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. See their entire line of mattresses at RoyalBeddingInc.com. Right now, more than ever, American-made, Alabama-made means something. And that's what you get at Royal Bedding on Highway 31 in Pelham. Birmingham's only mattress factory and family-owned. Tom Ginger and TJ Vignale have been providing Alabamians with a great night's sleep for over 30 years. Stop by and see them on Highway 31 in Pelham and feel the difference of a custom-made mattress from Royal Bedding.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Bo Nix standing by. We'll get to him in just a second. He joins us every Monday here on the show. This hour of the show brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken, the world-famous Champy's Chicken location right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. If you're grabbing chicken for a Thompson game or a high school football game or on your way to Jordan Hare or Bryant Denny or down to Protective, great place to pick up that perfect food for your tailgate, the chicken on a stick, those great Mississippi Delta tamales. See it all online at champyschicken.com. Oregon's the only Pac-12 unbeaten team left. Can you name the two unbeaten teams left in the ACC?
Wake Forest and
Go north. Go north. Go way north. Way north. Throw something in the harbor. It's Boston College.
Oh, yeah, Boston.
Did you almost say Maryland? Because Dunaway asked me before the show, and I almost said Maryland.
Yeah, they're not in the ACC anymore.
Yes, but they are undefeated.
Tell you, that Wake team's good.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
All right, Craneworks brings us Bo Nix each week. He joins us now on the Pepsi Hotline. RentalWorks is the division of Craneworks that has reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. Bo, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today.
Doing good. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Let's start with what a lot of people are talking about coming out of Saturday night's game is that atmosphere. As a player on the field, is pretty unique. What was the atmosphere like for you?
It was definitely a fun atmosphere. It was one of those that once you play in, you know why everybody talks about it and speaks so highly of it. It was fun. It was loud, and it was exactly what an away game should feel like.
I know year three, there are no moral victories coming out of a loss like that, but are there some positives that you guys can take out of that game?
Yeah, there are. Just being in that environment, being able to communicate and show that we can play 4 quarters with a top 10 team. And obviously that's not our standard at all. We want to be able to beat those teams, but just to be able to go in and for it to be our first time and to play and to give ourselves a chance to win, that's obviously good moving forward and good for our confidence. But obviously when you go back and watch it, it makes you sick because you miss some opportunities out there on the field and you miss some plays that we could have hit. But that's just part of football and part of college football.
Well, what do you think you learned about your team? Because anytime you play an opponent like Penn State, there are things that maybe surprise you a little bit about your teammates, or you find out something you expected but didn't really know. What did you take away that you learned about your team in this environment?
Well, we kind of expected it, but it was the first time we've really been able to see it. But this team, how the effort we give and the passion we play with. It was evident that everybody on the field was doing what they could to win, and everybody wanted to win. You could see the conviction and passion in our faces and in the huddle. And it's just one of those games where we fought hard, and that was definitely not the reason we lost. And just we had some miscues and some things that we did that shot ourselves in the foot. And I mean, anytime you play a tough team on the road, you can't make those miscues, and you got to be able to fix those problems and not make them.
Auburn's Bo Nix is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of Rental Works, the rental division of Crane Works. If you have a home project coming up, call Rental Works. They have everything from the landscaping equipment like mowers and big machines to skid steers and beyond. They've also got certified operators to handle those big jobs too. Check out their full fleet at craneworks.com. That's craneworks.com. Obviously, though, games come every week now. You got to turn the page. How long do you allow yourself to stew over a loss like that? How long does it take you to flush it and move on to Georgia State or whoever the next opponent is?
That's a good question. Obviously, one like this, it'll linger forever. It'll always have regret. But mentally and kind of emotionally, you got to flip the page. About Sunday when you get in, you watch it. Once you watch it and coaches correct those things and you cover all the issues and those things that you got to correct, just go ahead and flip the page and move on, because you can't ever let a team beat you twice. And that's one of the main things. And that's one of the things a lot of good football teams don't let happen. And so that's just for us. We got to just continue to move on and not worry about this one and learn from it, correct the things that we can correct, and go change it the next time we have an opportunity.
You know, a play that's obviously come up a couple of times on today's show, 4th and 2, 4th and goal, 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go. You guys run a fade there. I assume it's pre-scripted. Is that something you probably run 9 times out of 10 in that situation?
That play had a bunch of different options, and they kind of gave us a goal line man-to-man field bracket type coverage, and we had a play call that we had 5 different options to throw to, and then at the end of the day, I could scramble and make a play. But pre-snap, we just got one-on-one, decided to throw the fade and thought he got kind of held up and pass interfered with. And unfortunately, in a game like that, they don't call those, even though they turn around the next drive and call one for them. But, you know, that's just football, and I've been facing it throughout my entire high school, college career. You can't let a game can't depend on the officials, and that's just part of it. And we got to do better and execute properly in the next situation we get in. And obviously, every time you go back and watch, you say, I could have, should have done this. And I mean, like I said earlier, Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson from last night went back and watched it today and thought about a million things they could have done differently to change the outcome of that game. So it's on every level. Everybody wishes they could go back and do it again. And guys have regrets, and that's just something that we got to live with and move on.
I wasn't on the sidelines with you guys up there, but I was watching on TV. Did you get a shoulder stinger at one point? I don't see any wrapping or ice or anything. How are you physically today?
It was a physical, tough, fun environment. If I came out of there not sore or hurting the next day, then I didn't play. But that's just kind of how it goes, and just got knocked around a little bit and got hit for the first time this season. And that's when, it's getting into conference play when your body starts to fatigue a little bit and it gets tired and sore.
Bo Nix is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He's presented each week by RentalWorks, the rental division of Craneworks. Forget those big box stores. Craneworks Equipment and Rental Division RentalWorks has reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for personalized quotes or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. I promise this is a compliment to you, okay? So don't think I'm... But Kirk Herbstreit said there was a little bit of acting on the personal foul on the sidelines. To me, that's a vet move.
Yeah, me too.
Was there some acting in that?
Maybe just a little bit, but I think whenever usually any kind of play like that, the guy. I mean, we're good athletes, and most of us don't normally have to fall on the sideline. But guys, when they get pushed over, they're already out of bounds. They're tired. They ran a long way, so just kind of fall and see if you can sell it and get a penalty. But I mean, it was a kind of, I guess you could say, veteran move, but it was just going out of bounds and got shoved. So I figured if I stayed up, they definitely wouldn't have called it, and it wouldn't have looked like anything. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
The guys in front of you didn't give up a sack. Was that the best the offensive line has played so far?
Well, I think they have played like that before, and they definitely matched their opponent this time and played good in a critical situation. Didn't even recognize there weren't any sacks, but that's just because I know they can do that, and actually that's kind of the first time I've noticed it. But I knew those guys can do that kind of stuff, and obviously the backs did a good job of picking up blitzes too. And all night our guys just even though we got knocked around early and we started moving the ball really well as the game went on, we just kind of got into the rhythm of the game, knew how they were lining up and made good calls, and that's what happens when you do that.
When you have the fumble coming out to start the second half, how important is it for you and other leaders on the team to go pick up a player or a teammate and rally somebody around? Because that 15-play drive after that kept you in the game, and I thought it was a statement drive. What was the sideline like after the fumble, and was there a lot of rallying the troops at that point?
The sideline was it got competitive after that. I've been in that situation. Tank's been in that situation. Veteran guys have always, at least if they've played enough football, they've made a critical mistake in a game. And so we know that, that's just part of the game. That's part of the game flow. And as Kobe's a young guy who's continuing to grow and make more plays, and his experience is just going up. So that's the first time that Kobe's had to face that. But that's not going to be the last time. And so guys like the leaders, we just have to continue to pick it up and say, you know what, that happened. You got to move on. There's nothing you can do about it. But then going after that, I thought Kobe responded well. Once he got the ball, he ran it physical. He made some catches. He didn't let it phase him really, and he just continued to battle. And that's all you can ask for from your teammates when something like that happens. If I would have thrown an interception, I hope I would have responded the same way Kobe did. And I hope my teammates would have done the same thing that they did for Kobe, just being there for each other. But it just shows how, even though something bad happened, we didn't phase and we didn't, go into a tank and quit. If anything, that motivated us even more, and we started playing for one another again. And we started running the ball, and everybody in the huddle was bright-eyed, ready to go. And we just got super competitive. But bad things like that happen in games sometimes, and you just got to overcome it. And we gave ourselves a chance to overcome it. And score a touchdown, tie the game, and then win the game in overtime, and we just didn't do that.
Did you know during the game that Penn State accidentally punted on third down? There was some confusion after that grounding.
I'd actually thought at the time, after that out route they threw on second down, when it was supposed to be second down, I guess they called that third down.
Yeah.
I knew that was I figured that was early in their drive, and so when they got the punt, I guess I didn't necessarily think of it until after I saw it later. But that's kind of a shocking mistake, and you don't see that a whole lot.
You do not see that a whole lot. You're right. That is a shocking mistake.
Would 50-year-old Bo Nix want to be an official someday in college? Would you want to do that someday?
You know what? Those guys, they have a difficult job. And obviously nobody ever, either side of the game you were on, you don't like the officials. And so they have a tough job. But they do the best they can, and I don't think any of them are one-sided and actually want the other team to win. They just go off their personal opinion, and it's human nature sometimes to disagree with others. And but like I said earlier, that's part of the game, and that's part of the game, and so there's no reason to really combat it. So you just got to move on.
I'm going to take that as a no. Bo Nix will not be an official later in life. He'll be running a company.
I hope to just be a coach and just kind of argue with the official.
I like it. All right, listen, if you got a home project coming up, call Rental Works. They have everything from landscaping equipment like mowers and big machines to skid steers and beyond. And they've got the certified operators to handle those big jobs too. Check out their full fleet at craneworks.com. They bring you Bo Nix each week. Bo, thank you so much. Have a great week.
Thank you, War Eagle.
All right, take care. Bo Nix with us on the Pepsi Hotline, presented each week by Craneworks. They also bring you John Mechie Thursdays at noon.
It is weird because of expectations, right? Alabama wins the game, but there's a lot of angst about the win on the road against number 11 Florida. Auburn loses the game, but you sort of feel pretty good at where you think this Auburn team is compared to what you thought they were in August before the season started. I have, there's no doubt in my mind, I think right now from what I've seen in college football, I think Auburn's a top 25 team right now. I really do. And the AP voters agreed. They kept them in the top 25. You watch that team battle at Penn State, and if you really and truly think Penn State's the sixth best team in the country by what they've done against Wisconsin, I think a lot more of Auburn now than I did back in August.
I don't disagree with you. I said back in August that 8-4 would be really, I don't want to say an amazing season, a really good A-like season for Brian Harsin in year one. Bringing in new coordinators. There's so many unknowns. I mean, there's still a lot of unknowns, when we talk about the wide receivers right now. The secondary didn't look good. One thing we really haven't mentioned, Sean Clifford, that's about the best I've seen him play.
Oh, it was his career game, LT. I think he was 12 of 12 in the second half.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he to me, the two best players on the field are Dotson and Tank Bigsby. And, there's been some criticism of Bobo and Harsin not getting Bigsby enough carries. Penn State went to Dotson as much as they could.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to credit Sean Clifford, Lance. He knew he had the best receiver on the field, and he tried to throw it to him as much as he could.
I got him at 28 of 32 for 280 and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
12 of 12 in the second half. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
I mean, that was – I don't –
if you're going to knock –
he had the one pick, and
that
he threw that into traffic.
He did. But
that was right before the half, right?
Yeah. Dotson's the best player, and they kept targeting Dotson. You got to.
If you're going to criticize Auburn about anything, really, to me it would start with the Auburn defense, and I don't know, having Papo injured and McClain out some, but Clifford had one hurry in the whole game. He got hurried one time, and that was on the interception where they hit him as he was throwing. One hurry.
Yeah, look,
according
I agree
to the
with
stat
you on
sheet,
this.
one hurry.
Yeah.
So Auburn, I think, is a top 25 team. Penn State is not a top 10 team.
I don't think so, Lance. They were very, very fortunate to win at Wisconsin. I'm not going to say they were fortunate to win Saturday night. I thought they were the better team Saturday night.
Have you seen the point spread for Soldier Field, Wisconsin?
Yeah, 6.5, right?
Wisconsin minus 6.5.
That's who I would play right now.
Yeah.
Better team.
Yeah, so I think so too. So Penn State beat that team at their place.
Yeah, again, they were extremely fortunate to do so.
Minus 3 in turnovers. You mentioned the block field goal.
Yeah, I mean, that was that game. That was a very fortunate Penn State win. They were not the better team that day.
Well, I tell you what, LT, tell me about Odie's. You pull up Auburn's schedule, Brown. Tell me about Odie's. And I think we had 5 games that Auburn would have to win one of those to get the 8-4 number you talked about. To me, those 5 games, obviously Penn State was one they just lost. Those other 4 games look a little different right now, I think, as we approach the season.
Hey, Odie's, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a great lunch, Rodney Davis cooking up incredible burgers, award-winning wings, delicious salads for over 25 years now. And don't forget, every Wednesday night, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Come join me, Rockstar Will Haver. Again, Birmingham institution, great patio to sit out, watch college football all weekend long. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Brown, what was it? It was Penn State, LSU, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia?
Ole Miss. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I think the 5 preseason.
Okay. Yeah. Penn State, Georgia, Texas A&M, Alabama, LSU.
Yeah. Now LSU's out, but put Ole Miss in, right?
All right.
Now Arkansas is tougher now than we expected.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
You still have.
Well, I mean, I'll just give you the run right here after Georgia State. They're at LSU.
Yeah,
underdogs in that game.
Underdogs in that game. It's a hard win.
But all of a sudden, right now, Auburn. Do you think Auburn's a better team than LSU? At least I do.
I think it's
don't
close.
know. I think they're very, very close. Yeah. Georgia's a better team.
Yeah, Georgia will be favored.
Yeah. Georgia may, in some people's mind, number one in the country.
At Arkansas.
Arkansas will be favored.
Who I do think is the better team. I think we learn a ton about them against Texas A&M.
A&M probably wins that game, but Arkansas still probably favored against Auburn.
But if Arkansas does to A&M what they did to Texas,
they will not. But if they did, then that is a loss. Yes.
But we're worried about Texas A&M's offense.
We are
because of what Colorado is not doing.
Yes.
And I
think Arkansas, though, KJ Jefferson will have trouble against that Mike Elko defense.
But see, this is the problem with the SEC is, okay, you take out LSU of our projected 5 tough games for Auburn, but there's Ole Miss that looks better than we thought LSU was going to look.
Correct.
If Texas A&M is not what we thought Texas A&M is, but Arkansas is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it seems like there's always somebody there to fill that crack.
There's no doubt. And then even on the backside of those games, State is not a layup. Mississippi State's not a layup this year for teams.
No, it's a roll of the dice. You never know what you're getting from that team.
Yeah. I think they'll be favored in that game, but just looking at the schedule, they're going to be underdogs in 6 games moving forward. So let's just say it played out that way. Then you've got a 5-7 season.
After Saturday, Auburn has got one breather, and it's at South Carolina. I mean, that's it. After Saturday, everything for Auburn is – it's a difficult game. Everything.
Alabama's considered to have I was reading that over the weekend, considered to have the 7th toughest remaining schedule in college football.
It's pretty good.
Now, I just saw that line. Nobody told me who 1 through 6 is. I bet you would find Auburn and Arkansas in the 1 through 6 category.
There's no doubt.
On the remaining schedule.
They've both got the rest of the West to play, and Arkansas also gets Georgia like Auburn does.
Yeah. So Auburn I think they're better than I thought they were in August. I don't know how you folks feel. Let me know in the chat room, or you can call us up, 205-734-0923. We'll get to those phone calls after we do Trash, which is coming up next with LT. It's in our next segment. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing want to remind you that if you have not had your roof checked in the last 18 months, something you should do on a pretty regular basis. And my friend Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing will give you a free, no-cost inspection. It's free, no cost, no obligation. So why would you not get your roof checked out to make sure a storm hasn't dislodged something or made it to where water's leaking into your roof and maybe you don't even know it yet? Here's the number, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. It's a no-cost inspection. Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. They don't give those out. You have to earn those, A-plus rating. The insurance companies love these guys, so your insurance company will work with them to help get the most money you can from your insurance company. In some cases, a lot of cases, the insurance company pays for the entire repair. So let my buddy Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, take care of you. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, free no-cost inspection, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Back with you on the Next Round. Football Reaction Monday. We'll get back to all of that coming up. But I'm interested on what you think of some of the NFL teams bouncing back, the 0-1 teams bouncing back before we get to trash. Let me tell you first about my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic, but there were some gutsy 0-1 wins in the NFL yesterday from some playoff contenders, including Tennessee and Cleveland. I thought both of them had to have wins, and they got those yesterday. A little NFL before trash. But first, my friends at Alabama Men's Clinic want to ask you the question about your testosterone right now. If you're having trouble sleeping, did you know that could be a sign of low testosterone? If your energy is just down or your workouts are not the same, if you're not getting the same result from your workouts, it could be because of your testosterone. Obviously, if your sex drive, your libido is not the same, it could be low testosterone. And the folks at the Alabama Men's Clinic, they have a solution for you. You can go by there, get a medical consultation and blood work done, and if medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is absolutely free. You can set up the appointment by calling 205 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. You know, another side effect of having low testosterone is depression. And for some reason, us men, we wait a year, 2 years, 3 years before we even get our testosterone checked. The goal line to a better life is getting a low T checkup with Alabama Men's Clinic, and you can reach your goals. It's located in Birmingham, right in Homewood, in fact, to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000, or one click away at alabamamensclinic.com. Titans, obviously a win we talked about, gutsy. I thought the Browns win.
I was over the Texans. That did nothing for me. I mean, that's the game they should have won. I thought there were 5 statement games yesterday.
5 statement games in the NFL. What were they?
The Bills, no doubt. I know you guys lost to it. It didn't matter.
No, you knew it was coming. I knew they were going to lose that game.
Yeah, maybe they lose by 14 or 21, but that was complete domination for 60 minutes from the Bills. The Cowboys to be able to go on the road. Herbert gave them that late pick. The clock management was pathetic by Mike McCarthy at the end of the game. Zerline was able to hit the 56-yarder. But the Cowboys to go West Coast after a tough loss to begin the season and win that game where they're an underdog.
First home game for the Chargers with fans.
Yep. The Panthers, for their defense to completely dominate a Saints team that looked so good offensively last week against Green Bay. To me, Panthers going to 2-0 was a statement. You mentioned the Titans going all the way across the country after they were embarrassed by the Cardinals. Russell Wilson in week 1 against Indianapolis looked like Russell Wilson, the MVP, to come back from double digits down and win that game, and to utilize, not only Julio, but Derrick Henry. Ryan Tannehill played well. And then the Raiders. Pittsburgh, a miraculous comeback last week on the road against Buffalo, who I still think is the second best team in the NFL, maybe even the best team in the NFL. For Pittsburgh to win that game and then turn around, host Vegas, and Vegas, wire to wire, led that game.
Yeah, your best 0-1 win to me was Baltimore last night.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
you're 0-1, you're playing Kansas City.
That's right.
I know you're
0-1, and nobody expects you to win it.
You're 0-1 playing Kansas City. You're banged up, and you get that win.
And Lamar was 0-3 against Patrick Mahomes.
And I credit Harbaugh for going for that 4th down late. He said, I am not giving it back to Kansas City.
Yeah.
And he goes for the win.
So KC is fine. I can't believe he went for that, by the way.
I can't either. But you got to do it. You can't give that ball back to Kansas City.
Mahomes finally threw a pick.
I saw it in September.
Told you guys he would.
I don't think their offensive line's fixed yet.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. Eddie says Derek Carr, Raiders 2-0. Big statement from him. Fun day in the NFL continues tonight. Who's our NFL game this evening?
It's fun, man.
Detroit at Green Bay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
man.
Boy. Woo. Can't get enough of that one.
NFC preview, championship preview.
Is it Thanksgiving already? The Lions are on TV?
I don't know how with all that hair Aaron Rodgers is going to put his helmet on.
I've had to watch the Manning brothers talk about that.
I mean, Forrester, do you even have your turkey? The Lions are on TV tonight. I haven't even bought a turkey yet. All right, let's do Trash with LT. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. LT will tell you about Mortgage Right after Rockstar hits the big button.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I like how every bit of the correction she repeats it. I mean, he's gay. He's gay.
No, God,
you're
he's
blind.
You're gay. No.
It makes it worse.
Hey, if you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They're eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Start first with a man living under a stolen identity and a female inmate have been charged with using a drone to smuggle drugs into a Southern California jail.
Huh.
Now, the drone is suspected of carrying heroin, meth, Xanax, and muscle relaxers into the Theo Lacey facility in the city of Orange last Sunday. Now, the inmate is accused of using a jailhouse phone to direct the man where to fly the drone. Man was arrested
to the left. Little to the left.
You're left.
Man was arrested at Costa Mesa apartment on Tuesday. 30-year-old woman, a 41-year-old man, each face multiple charges, including smuggling controlled substances into a correctional facility.
Who's on the inside, the woman or the man?
I think the woman was, the female, it was the inmate.
The female was the inmate.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the man's got stolen identity. She's got a cell phone in prison, which we've learned is contraband. and he's flying drugs in. So there is a lot going on in that story.
What do you think he was promised once she got on the other side?
Yeah.
I would hope freedom.
Remains unbeaten.
For her.
Let me tell you, he's getting paid for this because if they're in a relationship, he's enjoying his free time. He's not flying drones.
When I pre-read this one yesterday, it's just, this is painful and it's sad. 73-year-old man is recovering from injury suffered when he went for a leisurely swim in his remote Franklin County pond. It turned into a life or death struggle with
an alligator.
Nope.
Python.
That's a good guess.
A rabid beaver.
Oh,
They're
no.
the worst.
That's the worst kind of beaver.
Now, Mark Parasini suffered extensive injuries in the September 6th attack, came close to drowning, had multiple puncture wounds, flesh torn from an arm and a leg, scratches, lacerations all over his body and scalp, and a torn tendon on one of his fingers. Also had a fractured knuckle on a hand, most likely from punching the beaver. He's undergoing treatment for rabies. Now, in an interview with a Republican, Piracini said fighting a prolonged battle with an enraged 50-pound wild animal while trying to stay afloat left him exhausted.
That's a large beaver, though. I would not imagine a beaver goes 50 pounds, Rockstar. What's the
rabbit? I don't know, but the fact that didn't he say it lasted at least 5 minutes?
But yeah, I'll tell you this. Yeah, he said that the fight continued in deep water. He estimated it lasted 5 minutes. It occurred to him that he was in deep trouble at that point.
Really? Now, that's when that occurred to you?
Most fights last probably an average of 45 seconds to a minute, and it seems like it's probably 5 minutes. So this probably wasn't legitimately 5 minutes or the guy would have drowned. But 50 pounds, like Lady Bird is 42 pounds, and she's all muscle.
Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me?
So imagine a rabid beaver at 50 pounds when you're out swimming.
Well, I mean, this rabid beaver had to have just foam coming out of everywhere, just all over his mouth.
And can you show us some of these teeth? Don't they have orange teeth, Rocky?
Well, an adult beaver usually weighs from 24 to 71 pounds. So that's even a mid-sized beaver.
Look at those orange teeth.
You could, my.
Yeah, can you imagine that damn thing biting you?
No. Is that why Oregon State wears orange?
I guess.
Orange and black?
That is a nasty-ass animal.
Are those the top teeth, those pink things?
I think that's his tongue.
That's his tongue.
Oh, that's his tongue. Okay, I got you.
Oh, I thought it was his teeth, too.
Yeah. So that's a mid-sized beaver. You can get beavers up to 71 pounds, this says.
Beavers come in all sizes.
Well, apparently so.
Hairy is all get out, man.
And that one is...
Look at that tail.
Well, that's a happy-looking beaver right there, though.
He's on a surfboard.
Yes. Just wait for a wave, Rocky.
Or an anvil got dropped on him.
Bad spot.
Where do you think nut dust comes from?
Wow. Belleville police dealt with a strange disturbance early Saturday morning. Police say they arrested 44-year-old woman who was attempting to cast spells on people leaving a concert at the Empire Square earlier that night.
At least she waited for them when they were leaving.
That's right. I got to get the show first.
T-shirts, water, spells.
Now, this, according to police, was not well received and nearly caused multiple fights. Around 3:20 a.m., police arrested the woman for acting out and causing a disturbance.
Hocus pocus. You've got to listen to the Lumineers the rest of your life.
Oh, my.
Let him go. Let him go.
Hocus pocus.
This is kind of weird. Would you guys believe this? Nearly 70% of millionaires are worried about leaving too much money to their kids.
Well, I do think it's a concern.
Yeah, but
you want your kids to work for it.
Yeah, but I'm surprised 70%, though.
Yeah,
that's a high percentage.
But in a perfect world, you live a good life expectancy, maybe to 75 or 80. Your kids by then are established. They've already got jobs.
Right.
And what you're basically doing at that point is paying off their house, maybe allowing them to, depending on where you are in life, get a vacation home and live a lot more comfortably and retire a little earlier.
You know what's happening here is 70% of these rich people, they don't really want to share their money. This is their excuse for not giving their kids any money. They want to keep it till the end.
Well, but
that's
they're
kind of
dying.
sad. I don't know about you guys. I mean, one of the reasons that I work and I work like I work is because I want to leave something to my kids.
Oh, sure,
See,
absolutely.
that's what weird to me is every generation, from your grandparents to your parents to you, I want to give my kids what I didn't have. I want them to have better. Then
Yeah, absolutely.
The more spoiled
Yeah.
they get, and then the more the next generation is going to be like, God, these kids are so spoiled. They don't do anything. They have everything handed to them. They want to get out of college and just get a job.
No,
immediately.
I get the entitlement, but again, I think, the normal cycle of life should be when you're in your 40s and your parents pass away, you should get some money. I mean, that should be the normal. I mean, I know it's different case to case, but I mean, these are millionaires. So I'll go through the story. According to a survey conducted by Motley Fool, which asked 2,000 high net worth individuals classified as people with a net worth of over $1 million about attitudes towards inheritance. Now, among the top concerns the individual surveyed was the possibility of leaving too much money for their heirs.
something that 67% of the respondents mentioned. The respondents had numerous concerns about the effect of leaving too much money to their heirs, including that the wealth would, quote, be used irresponsibly or it would cause beneficiaries to be lazy.
Can I ask you, you think the kids from Secession are doing okay?
That's a messed up family.
Very
right there.
dysfunctional.
Well, I tell you what, that trailer for that season makes it look like a really good season.
I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. I watched the first morning show Friday night with Jennifer.
Season 2 supposed to be better than season 1.
That's what I'm saying, season 2.
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I do like my man Billy Crudup's going to be
So
really
good.
really involved.
You're right.
Do you think he ever has a bad day? Is one day he's going to just explode? Because
He could have played the Joker, too.
He is just so happy.
So good in that role, though.
Yeah.
He is so sarcastic and...
Yeah, I think they're going to force this season a little bit.
It feels like it. I watched the trailer on some of the stuff they got coming up.
And again, and I know this is part of her character because she's in the twilight of her career, and age is going to get us all. But Jennifer Aniston is finally showing some age.
She is. I mean, reading with glasses
Well,
and all
she's
that.
chopping wood, man, up in Maine.
She was splitting those logs. Ain't no doubt.
Jeffrey says 5 minutes with that rabid beaver. My hat's off to that guy.
Me too. He's 73, too.
That's right. It's a good fight.
Okay, now back to this. A survey
sorry.
found that 85% of the high net worth individuals who had to meet certain conditions to receive their own inheritance agree that it is possible to leave too much money to an heir. Among respondents who received an inheritance worth between $500,000 and $1 million, 84% agreed. Well, I'd love for somebody to leave me $1 million.
You think we'd never see you again? You can't make it to the end on $1 million.
No,
but
you can't. But it would make things more comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, here are some Finnish sayings.
Finish?
Finish.
Not finished.
No,
We're
Finnish. No D on the end there.
Okay.
I think the first one, I think this qualifies here in the States as well. Squat wine. You know what squat wine is?
Squat wine?
That's going to be squat wine. Wine you enjoy when you're sitting. Squat wine. I don't know.
Squat wine is cheap wine. In Finnish liquor stores, the cheapest wines are on the bottom shelf. Therefore, you have to squat and grab
got
them.
to squat to get it.
That's
That is so
where
interesting,
the
yeah.
cheaper wines are now in grocery
still
stores.
squat wine.
Slipper hero.
Slipper hero? It's a it's a guy that it's a police officer that works the night shift. He's a slipper hero.
Right.
Normally I'm in my slippers. He's a hero.
Yeah.
This is a man who is completely under his wife's control.
Oh, the old slipper hero. Yeah. No hero at all.
How about this one? Read like the devil reads the Bible.
Oh, the devil knows the Bible now.
Now, this is to read text and to search only for mistakes or parts that would support your own views.
Devil just changes it, man. That's what he does, Rocky.
What about underpants drunkenness?
Underpants drunkenness.
You pour wine in an underpants and then you wring it out.
No.
Right? Oh.
This is to get drunk home alone in your underwear. And our final Finnish saying, a drop won't kill you and won't drown in a bucket. This is an encouragement to drink alcohol.
A drop won't kill you. And what?
You won't drown in the bucket.
You will not drown in a bucket. Boy, the Finnish, man, they got some weird stuff.
Yeah. Hard to understand what those folks are talking about. But that is Trash with LT, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, it's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Tell me you saw the end of the Hamilton High comeback against Bishop Gorman. Obviously in highlights, somebody was watching it live. Hamilton is in Chandler, Arizona. They're down 24-7.
With a buck 30 something to go?
Minute 10 to play in the game.
I saw it's amazing.
I don't know how you do that in that little time.
You kick a field goal first.
Yeah.
24-10, and hats off on the field goal.
Like they kick a field goal first.
Yeah, but he's right.
I mean, why kick the field goal? But they did.
To set up the onside kick.
And then they went onside kick, 24-17, onside kick, 24-24, and end up winning it with the 2-point conversion.
That's a meltdown right there. I don't think Auburn High School melted down that bad against Thompson.
I don't know about you guys. The best game I saw, best comeback, was Fresno State and UCLA. And my Fire Stick, like it actually shorted out one of my TVs.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good.
It killed one of my boxes, my DirecTV boxes. So I had to run upstairs with the Fire Stick, put it on another TV to watch the end of Fresno. I told you
Then
guys,
you get up there and you start rubbing Fire Sticks together.
Jay
Come on, let's
Kaner
get this Pac-12
was
network.
the guy that I mentioned multiple times, the Fresno State quarterback. And
He played hurt.
Both drives to end that game, to take the lead twice and ultimately win that game. That was just an amazing performance. So much fun to
They're
watch.
3-1, and their only loss is by a touchdown to Oregon.
Yeah, they're ranked now.
Yeah,
Both polls.
Yeah, very good roll for them, and UCLA with a tough loss there. All right, we roll on. It's the next round guys here. Part of the show being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. When you get an opportunity right now to think about your son or daughter's next part of their academic journey, think about the University of Montevallo. New multi-million-dollar Center for the Arts right now. Tight-knit community that takes the safety of your child into consideration. And right now, Montevallo waiving ACT and SAT requirements through the fall of 2022. So you got a great opportunity right now to get in to one of the College of Distinction's top universities in the South. Named a top public school, according to U.S. News and World Reports. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports. Schedule that in-person visit at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club. 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape. And it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me. I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain two things. One, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's right on 119 down in Alabaster. Champy's world-famous chicken, those world-famous tamales, the great chicken plates, the po' boys, the tenders, and, of course, chicken on a stick, perfect for the tailgate. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com. Swing by and tell Sterling and the folks hello. Auburn with a late kick in Baton Rouge. Boy, LSU not only gets a night game, they get a late game. 8 o'clock kick in Baton Rouge, ESPN, for Auburn and LSU. That in 2 weeks. Ole Miss and Alabama, as expected, 2:30 on CBS over at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Those kick times in 2 weeks. All right, part of the show today also being brought to you by the great folks at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka. If you're getting ready to enjoy a Monday night football game, drink responsibly with our friends at Redmont.
Yes, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled and available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite simple classic gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont.
Joseph says Arkansas and Georgia that week's the straight out of game day. 11 a.m. kick could be a tricky game for the Bulldogs with a morning kick over in Athens. What do you think about Arkansas, Georgia down the road?
I'm tapping the brakes just a little bit on Arkansas. Very impressed by what they did against Texas. I think we'll learn a lot more about them against Texas A&M. If they can't beat Texas A&M in Arlington, they're not going to go to Athens and scare Georgia, I don't think.
But, Arkansas's playing clean football. 0 turnovers this past week, and I know they overmatched Georgia Southern, but 633 total yards. They're playing good defense finally. I think the defense believes. I think the Arkansas defense right now could give that Georgia offense some problems.
I think they could too. And 11 o'clock kick, what Joseph is saying, so that makes it very interesting. Those kick times in 2 weeks. Big games happening this weekend, including Texas A&M, who's won 9 straight against Arkansas. Back to the Alabama win at Florida. Close game for the Gators. I think you feel better about Florida now than you did going into that game. Dan Mullen, basically he wants one more shot at Alabama. Here's the Florida coach after the loss.
It was a fun game to be a part of. You love these games. It's been 10 years since you've had that game here in the Swamp, and hopefully, as I've talked about, we move forward. We play them more often, and be honest with you, I hope we play them really soon, like later this season. But I want that opportunity.
That did not go unnoticed, by the way, in Tuscaloosa. That quote right there, that was heard in Tuscaloosa. I don't know that Dan was saying what it sounds like he was saying. I think basically what he's saying is the only way you're going to play them against is in the SEC championship.
Yes, exactly. Well, I think it was twofold for me. It was the only way we're going to play them against if we win the SEC East, which is ultimately our goal. But I also think Dan says, hey, we want another shot at those guys.
Well, I mean, why would you not? I mean, you were down 21-3 after one quarter. I mean, how well did you play in quarter 2, 3, and 4? Especially quarter 3 and 4, you got to feel like
you got to outscore 26-10.
Yeah, you got to feel like if you got another shot at them and not getting a 21-3 hole, the outcome may be different. And as we pointed out, his last 3 games, he's 0-11 against Nick Saban.
Yep.
His last 3 games, they lost by 7. His last year in Starkville, lost by 6 in the SEC championship game last year, lost by 2 on a stopped 2-point conversion. He's getting closer to one time beating Nick Saban.
And I do think that Florida defense is much improved. We talked about the Ole Miss defense improvement from 20 to 21. I think you've got that with Florida right now. Florida's biggest issue to me is not only Emory Jones being able to consistently throw the football and not make mistakes,
But who is that go-to guy on the perimeter? They really don't have that guy. I thought Copeland was going to be that guy. He had one reception this past weekend. It's all about running the football for Florida.
I think it's a big tight end is it's not Pitts. He went out injured in the game, but it feels like that's who Emory Jones looks to. Who's your best receiver, most trusted receiver? Let a guy get flushed and be in pressure. Who's he looking for, right? It's Demetrius Robertson for Auburn. It's John Mechie for Alabama. I think it's the tight end for Florida. And you're right, Lance. I don't know that they got the playmaker on the outside that they need.
Weird projections from Stuart Mandel right now for the New Year's Six bowls, the 4 major bowl games. Of course, 5 major bowl games. Actually, it's New Year's Six, Jim. It's 6 major bowl games. Whew. One of those days.
You'll get there, man. Keep trying.
In the playoffs, Cotton and Orange, just going by the conference champions and throwing in 2 SEC teams. Stewart projects Alabama, Penn State, Georgia, and Oregon right now. So if you had those 4 in the playoffs in the Cotton and Orange, he sees in the Peach Bowl North Carolina in Florida. North Carolina would have to rally a lot to me to get to the New Year's Six, but they looked really good this past weekend.
Well, look, that was, if you like offense, that was a fun game to watch against Brennan Armstrong in Virginia.
Yeah, I had it on. I mean, it was a fun game. The ACC is so down. I could see North Carolina beating Clemson.
In the Rose Bowl, Iowa and UCLA. Hard to imagine at this point UCLA holding on to be the second best team in the Pac-12, but they have, just Oregon's the only unbeaten team out there, so I don't know who you put second best.
Well, Oregon-Stanford's an interesting game coming up because if Stanford can find a way to beat Oregon, Stanford could be that second-best team in the Pac-12.
Don't be surprised, though, Washington, with a lot of confidence. I know it was Arkansas State.
You're not going to give up on them,
I think
are you?
Washington will bounce back. That is a game against Oregon. Oregon might be a 3-point favorite. It'll be close to a pick. And then watching Jackson Dart come in for USC this past weekend.
Ooh, he did look the part.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, you've written off Slovis. I saw you on Twitter. You said he's done.
Well, look, it was 14-0 with a minute to go. It was a 4th down. And Dart hits Gary Bryant Jr. for a touchdown, make it 14-7 going to half. And then it exploded. They went on a 45-0 run to end that game.
Yeah,
up in Pullman.
Really impressive there, and that's how Slovis got the job, was an injury. We'll see if he gets the job back. Fiesta, Ohio State, Cincinnati, Sugar Bowl, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma. Those projections from the athletic folks and Stuart Mandel. Nick Saban's news conference coming up at the top of the hour. More college football in just a second. Our friends at Gutter Cap bringing you the next round today. It's that time of year where the leaves start to fall. The cool temperatures are happening this week as well.
Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out the debris. Eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 20-year service record right here in the city of Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Right now, 45% off from our good friend Chris Stewart. Call 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap.
Already on the show today, Bo Nix has been with us. If you want that, you can find that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. Some interesting point spreads as we get ready for Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa. Texas A&M, 5-point favorite against Arkansas in that battle of 2 top 16 teams. Clemson, a hefty 12-point favorite as they play at NC State. Interesting game there. Florida, a solid 22-point favorite as they play Tennessee this weekend. And as we mentioned, Wisconsin, a 6.5-point favorite, Soldier Field against Notre Dame. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-On's. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-On's is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-On's mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-On's.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The next round presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. LTD&B with you. The Nick Saban News Conference coming off the win at Florida, number one in the country, Alabama, in just a second. Part of this hour being brought to you by the folks at Precision Sports.
Yes, our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location right there in Jasper. Now with 14 total providers, you can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Florida outrushed Alabama by 167 yards in this game. Nick Saban will be talking about that and looking ahead to Southern Miss, and then down the road when he gets questions from the media, that'll be part of our on-campus drive-through with our friends at Hamburger Heaven. And another part of Alabama's defense that was concerning, 9 runs from the Gators that were 10-plus yards. 258 to 91 was the rushing difference there. Hamburger Heaven bringing us the Nick Saban News Conference here in just a second. Great locations all over Birmingham, including our hometown one on Highway 280.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
I'm pretty sure it was the drive where Florida scored the touchdown where they went for 2 at the end. I think it was 3rd and 17, maybe 3rd and 19. Alabama brings pressure, and they pick it up, and they get it all the way to make it about 4th and 1, and then pick up the first down. Stuff like that, man. Those things will eventually get you beat against quality opponents. You cannot allow a team to convert when you got them at 3rd and 19.
I was just having a conversation with one of our guys in the hall, and he said that he heard Danny Sheridan bring up the Alabama-Ole Miss spread yesterday.
Right.
He thinks between 17 and 22.
Whoa, and you think as low as 13?
I think it's 13. I said 17 before watching this weekend. You give me 22 points in Ole Miss right now, how good would you feel about that?
I'd feel really good.
Yeah.
I mean, any win against Ole Miss this year with the way that defense played on Saturday would be a win for the Tide, and one you would take if you're an Alabama fan. Let's listen to the head coach, Nick Saban, coming off the win in the Swamp.
Raised us anyway. Coach, go ahead.
Yeah, well, after looking at the film, we played really, really well for the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes of the game. Had 3 straight scoring drives, got some stops on defense, executed fairly well, and then sort of stalled on offense. 3 series in a row, we went 3 and out, started making some mistakes on defense. They scored, got back in the game. Momentum of the game changed, and we became, kind of an ordinary team. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this situation, especially playing on the road against a good team. You can't let up in a game. You got to be able to sustain and play Alabama football for 60 minutes in a game. I can't relinquish big leads. So there's a lot of things for our players to learn in terms of what we could do better from an execution standpoint, and how we need to sustain our intensity for 60 minutes in the game so we can play Alabama football. There's another opportunity and another challenge this week against Southern Miss. These guys have played really well on defense. They're one of the toughest people to run against of anybody in the country. Offensively, I know their first quarterback got hurt, but, Keys is a really athletic guy. They do some of the same kind of quarterback runs and things that we saw a week ago. They've got good skill players on offense. These guys play hard. They're well coached. So, this will be a challenging game for us. And, I think that, spirit is a little bit different than attitude. Your spirit kind of tells you what your energy and enthusiasm is, and your energy and enthusiasm is what creates mental energy and intensity. And that's something that we got to work on, and we got to practice it every day. You got to practice it and practice. So you're developing the kind of habits and making the kind of choices that you can sustain and do things the way you need to do it when the game comes. So that's what we're focused on.
Okay, we'll get things started with Nick Kelly. Nick, go ahead.
Nick, you've talked several times about maintaining intensity first couple weeks of the season. Is that something that's a conscious decision that players have to make, or what is that?
Well, I think, you train yourself to do that, and you have to train yourself in practice. You can't hold back. You can't take yourself out. You got to put yourself in the situation that you're going to be in the game so that you feel that. And when you start to get a little bit tired in practice, you can keep on keeping on and continue to have the kind of spirit and energy you need to finish. So you actually train yourself to do that. But it's a conscious decision that every player makes. It comes down to, well, I'm feeling a little tired, so I'm going to change the way I'm playing, or you make the choices and decisions that I have to push through this, and I'm going to train myself so that I can continue to do this even when the game comes. So it really comes down to feelings versus making the right choices as a player.
We'll go to Michael Casagrande.
Yeah, when you went back to look at the film, did you see any consistent or schematic issues with the defense that led to the issues in the final, 3 quarters of the game?
Well, we didn't execute. I think maybe there was, one time where we had a pressure on that they ran a speed option or something, and, we didn't have enough guys there. But it really came down to executing. It really came down to, players. They did some different things, but you got to adapt to those things and play things on principle. And at times we didn't do that very well. And we weren't very aggressive. We didn't get off the field on third down, especially in the second half. We had opportunities to get off the field on third down and did not do it. 99-yard drive, we had several opportunities to get off the field. We had a 3rd and 19 and didn't get off the field. So those are plays that you have to make in a game. So that's something that we just need to continue to work on.
Go to Charlie Potter.
Hey, Coach, just midway through the second quarter, it looks like you guys made a change at star, going from Brian Branch to Malachi Moore. Was Brian nicked up at all, or was there something else behind that?
No, we just, we want to play both of those guys. They're both good players. Both of them have been starters here in the past. So, we kind of planned to play both players in the game. And so that's just the way we did it.
Go to Aaron Suttles.
Through the first 3 weeks, how would you evaluate the wide receivers in terms of route running, getting separation and blocking, all the things that you ask a wide receiver to do?
I think that we want to develop more consistency at the position. I think we got to continue to work on separating from man-to-man coverage, which is always what you need to do as a receiver. When people play zone and give you free access and you're running to areas and getting in holes, that's not nearly as challenging as when you have to beat a guy in man-to-man. So I think that's something that we need to continue to work on. I think we have good players to do it, and I think we're capable of doing it. We just got to be a little more consistent.
We'll go to Cecil Hurt.
Coach, no matter what you do, something in noise, so there's no way to replicate what the fourth quarter was there. Did Bryce have any communication problems, and how was he able to execute 3 successful drives, the third one sort of burning out the clock?
Well, we had two 16-play drives in the second half. I know one had ended up in a field goal rather than a touchdown, which took a lot of time off the clock and was well executed. Now, we did get 7 penalties. A couple of those were caused by, the noise. So first experience, I think we'll improve at that. And I think it was critical at the end of the game when we got a first down when we needed to in 4 minutes. And they got the ball back with 4 seconds. So there was a lot of we executed offensively when we had to in the second half.
Okay, we will go to Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, Nick, 2-parter, if I may. Just what has been your assessment of Jace McClellan and JoJo Earl? And then also, do you find players from more successful high school programs have more success when they join your program right away?
Well, Jace and JoJo both have, made a lot of contributions and in a positive way. And I think those guys can, continue to have a great role in what we do. And hopefully they continue to improve and continue to have production. I think that the question you ask about successful programs, I think, first of all, players that come from successful programs usually have the right mindset for what it takes to be successful. That's kind of what they came from. But also a lot of successful programs, players really, develop a little bit more in successful programs. So sometimes even though you get a guy that maybe comes from a program that's not been as successful, they have more upside and they have more things that they can learn to improve on so that they can become significant players. Now, maybe they don't do it as quickly, but if they can focus on development and what it takes to be successful, I think they have a lot of upside in terms of how they can improve, in the program here. So it kind of goes both ways.
Go to Mike Rodak next.
You had Quandarius Robinson back with you on Saturday. Just what did he show you during his suspension, and what led to him being the backup long snapper?
Well, it was our sort of goal to suspend a guy for 2 games, which we did. He is going through a counseling program and a lot of other things here to sort of enable him to learn from making a bad choice, bad decision that actually can put other people in danger. So we want to make him aware of that, but also help him to grow and develop as a person. He's done everything we've asked him to do, so we allowed him to come back for this game. And the fact that we have a couple guys on our team that can be backup long snappers. He happens to be one of them. Major Tennyson is the other one, but he was injured and out for the game. So it was good timing for us to get Q back.
We'll go to Mike Rodak. I just went there. I'm sorry, Mike. We'll go to Stephen. Stephen, go ahead.
Coach, you talked about how Florida ran a lot of different things, but how did you see, what did you think of Drew Sanders being able to attack some of those plays?
Drew Sanders did okay in the game. I think we all could have done a little bit better job of playing the option. We focused a lot on quarterback runs. We focused some on the option. I think there were times in the game where we didn't play the option correctly. So therefore, as coaches, we're responsible for that. So we need to do a better job with all the players being able to do that. And I think have a better understanding of how to do that. So that's definitely something we need to work on this week. We'll see some of those same things this week.
Got time for 2 more, Joe, and then we'll do a follow-up with Charlie.
Coach, what was your assessment of the offensive line on Saturday, and particularly with Darren Dalcourt?
I thought the offensive line did a good job. We had decent protection for the most part. They do some, pretty good pressures that we were able to, pick up. I think that they played a little different front with their nickel people, kind of a 5-1 with an extra guy coming in the box from the secondary someplace that we had not seen much of before. We had to adapt to that in the game. I thought the players did a good job of adapting to it. So I think a little more consistency in the running game, a little more finish and blocks. But I was not disappointed in the job that those guys did. I think they are improving. They're playing more and more together. They're playing better fundamentally. I think we just have to, it's like every other part of our team, a little more consistent, a little more consistency in performance, block here, block there, finish in a block here and there will make a big difference in how we're able to run the ball in the future.
All right, Coach, that actually wraps us up. Thanks for your time.
All right, that's Nick Saban today in Tuscaloosa, the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through today.
Hey, since 1982, our friends at Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best when it comes to the burgers, cheeseburgers, fries, those hand-spun milkshakes, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Up next on the next round, I'll ask you about what Nick Saban just said, and we'll answer our trivia question. Not a trivia question, it's our poll question today at Next Round Live. Cowan Equipment. Well, let me ask you. The crowd at the crowd at the Swamp this weekend.
What about them?
How big was it?
So I think it was the 9th largest, though.
Fifth largest in Swamp history, 90,000.
But when they did the overhead shot, I saw empty seats. Numerous empty seats. So that didn't make any sense.
Those were people just getting up. I think they've got the...
Well, I'm talking about like sections, like top of that, students or whatever.
90,887. Our friend Aaron Suttles from The Athletic, I think he was the one that tweeted out, it's the loudest venue he's ever been to.
That's what he said. I disagree with him, but I wasn't there on Saturday, so maybe the 5th largest crowd brought more noise than the times I've been there. It was loud, though. Happy Valley was fun. We'll talk more about that and check in on those poll questions next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees, from residential to commercial. One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week, Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
10th largest crowd, by the way, in Happy Valley history. So a top 10 one there and a top 5 one down at the Swamp. Both of those games very interesting over the weekend. Alabama's number 1 in the AP poll. Rockstar's number 1 guy. He'll tell you about right now.
You know, it's Adam Mestre, and I was thinking today we need a jingle. How about, because you don't know how to spell Mestre, correct?
I don't. No idea.
I could give it a shot.
MESTRE at MD Realty.
Oh, that's really good.
We'll sing it now.
Sing it for me.
MESTRE at MD Realty.
Well, is he Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse. It doesn't work for Disney.
Hey, guys, Adam is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Call Adam Mestre, MESTRE, MD Realty, for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
MESTRE
at MD Realty.
At MD Realty. Bart says, I've been to every SEC venue. Saturday in Gainesville was the loudest I've ever heard.
It didn't really come across that way on TV. I mean, to me, and I do think ESPN and ABC plays up this whiteout way too much. I know it's a nice atmosphere. First of all, they are now 9-8 in whiteout games.
It looks great, though.
It does look great, but I think they jack up the sound on that, too.
Well, yeah. I
mean,
mean,
they run the sound
that
hot.
can make different. But when you're in person, I don't care where you go, there's no in-person day game that's as loud as an in-person night game.
I would tend to agree with you, but the point I was going to make, it sounded a lot louder in Happy Valley than it did in Gainesville, to me.
Well, and
just on TV.
The difference in day and night is people drinking all day.
Correct.
Yeah. And and I think the number of people who actually stay in their seats for the really big night game, there were some empty seats there. But Bart, I'm not doubting it's not the loudest you've ever heard. And I'm sure it was louder Saturday than any other time I've ever been down to Gainesville. Somebody not happy with the questions today. Brent said a bunch of chicken salad questions there. Someone asked what he really thinks about Pete Golding. You know, I'm always.
I'm glad you asked that because I want to tell you what I really think.
I was going to hold back.
Yeah, listen,
bastard.
I'm the guy that controls the entire program, but I have to keep Pete Golding around for, what is this, his 4th year?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy controls everything to do with the city of Tuscaloosa. Like, I think he's got more power than Walt Maddox, but he controls absolutely everything with the program. If he didn't want Pete Golding on the staff, he wouldn't have been back this year.
You want me to answer it? Ask me. I'll tell you. I'll do if they want that. I'll give you what Nick Saban will do.
Yes. Obviously, the defense struggled.
I can't hear him, Josh. I can't hear him. Are they going to talk in this thing the whole year?
Sorry. Coach Saban, obviously the defense struggled, especially the final 3 quarters in Gainesville this past weekend. Pete Golding, there were some questions, fans buzzing about, how ineffective his defense was last year in spots. And, it didn't look good Saturday. What are your thoughts on Pete Golding, your defensive coordinator right now?
You did the shoulders?
He does that a lot if you notice it. Then you go, I think Pete's a bright guy. And he's a good football coach. Pete does a lot of good things, and the players love him, and they play for him. I mean, you guys, you see what you think you see. Right? You see what you think you see. You just tell me why he did bad. I mean, what did you see
Well, I saw
that
him,
he did
I saw
bad.
him gashing your ass on Saturday. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you have disconnected from your defense, but
he would call Pete a bright guy.
He would. And look, he would explode too. He would be so upset if somebody asked directly about one of his
likes
staff
Pete
members.
Golding. Pete Golding wouldn't be there if he didn't like
I don't know
him.
about you guys. I wouldn't. Look, there obviously was a problem with the defense on Saturday, the run defense specifically, and up front. But you got to ask it a different way. How concerned are you with this defense coming out of that game, and especially your run defense?
And he did. He answered that, and we got to be better at playing the option. And he says that goes to the coaches. Now that's about as damning as he's going to be about his coaches. We've got to do a better job of coaching them. Pete or Kirby or Nick himself, who's a defensive guy, by the way. If Pete was doing something Nick didn't like, Pete wouldn't be the guy. He's doing what Nick wants him to do because Nick was a defensive genius. That's what he did for Bill Belichick. That's why they did a Football Life on Nick Saban Friday night on the NFL Network because he's a defensive guy.
Did anybody watch it?
I did not. I want to see it, though.
I got it saved. I haven't watched it yet. But the guy, was innovative when it comes to defensive blitzes and disguised blitzes. Nick Saban and Belichick started to do things differently than had ever been done before in the NFL. So the guy knows his defensive football, and it's not like he's just sitting there not paying attention in the meetings. He knows what Pete Golding's going to do. Can't go out and make the tackle. Can't go out there and make them be disciplined and keep and read it exactly the right way. It seems to me like they overplayed the quarterback a little much from what Nick said there in the news conference.
Well,
they tried to keep the quarterback from running on him and didn't take away the option.
The Pete Golding moment obviously was the Ole Miss game last year, and I thought second half of the season, Alabama probably had the best defense in college football, the adjustments they were able to make. If I'm an Alabama fan, here's where I'm concerned, though. You knew Florida was going to try to beat you running the football. They had a lot of success running the football. Now you're Pete Golding, and you're trying to get this run defense right, and you're worried about Jerrion Ely and Snoop Connor and even Matt Corral making plays with his feet. But now you got to worry about Matt Corral, the soon-to-be NFL quarterback.
Yeah, lot different threat from Ole Miss because of his ability to throw the football.
That is one of the most balanced offenses in college football right now.
Which is why it was a little discouraging as an Alabama guy if you're watching that, because you could have made them one-dimensional by selling out to take away the run and forcing Emory to throw the football. And I'm not sure Emory, with those receivers, could have completed 4 passes in a row to work the ball down the field.
Maybe not, though you did have an officiating crew that was very eager to throw some pass interference flags. So, that's another aspect to it. I mean, look.
And by the way, they called those both ways.
They did. It's both sides.
And it benefited Alabama with about 13:40 to go in the fourth quarter. That was a crucial pass interference on Florida call.
Yeah, it was. It kept that drive alive. And look, I mean, they were both ways they were calling those pass interference calls. I think it's going to get highlighted if To'oTo'o plays poorly again, because Golding doesn't just coordinate the defense. He also coaches the inside linebackers. So if you're not getting the play out of To'oTo'o that you thought you were going to get, then people are going to double down on Pete Golding. I mean, if he has another bad game like he had Saturday, it's only going to heighten people getting on Golding.
Well, I thought last year we would have learned when you piled everything on Pete Golding that if it was a Pete Golding problem, he wouldn't have been back this year. It's not like Nick was trying to keep continuity on the staff.
No, he lost most of the staff anyway.
He lost 10 guys on that coaching staff, right?
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would have said anything if, hey, you know what, we're going to make a change at the defense coordinator position.
And you know what? I would imagine, if I remember correctly, I think Sark asked Golding to go with him to Texas.
I think that's the case. Yeah, I think I remember it that way.
And if Golding didn't feel like Nick Saban wanted him around, you know where Golding would be right now?
He'd be in Austin.
Yep, he'd be in Austin, Texas.
And listen, Nick Saban would not have trouble hiring a defensive coordinator. If he wanted to get rid of Golding and sent word out nationally, the line would start at the door. You know how many assistant coaches would give their eye teeth to come coach that defense? Yep. I mean, he'd hire just about anybody he wants to.
But Nick Saban said it on Hey Coach the other night. We have a NFL scheme, an NFL defensive system that we sort of have to morph into playing these run options. They have to sort of rig this thing up to, take care of the option play that you see so much now of in college football. I'm with Troy here. If I'm an Alabama fan, my biggest concern is what looks to be an offensive line right now that I believe Bryce Young is getting that offensive line. I think he's bailing them out with his ability to move in the pocket, to move up in the pocket, to move out of the pocket, to just take a step sideways and keep from having contact and keep from being sacked. And I think he's doing a wonderful job of directing B-Rob and whoever the running back is back there, calling them back in, setting them up to pick up blitzes. I think Young is bailing out that offensive line on a number of levels.
If I'm going concerns on offensive units, my biggest concern is offensive line. And then right below that, I think I would go wide receiver. And then I would go running back. And Bryce Young is the least thing that I'm worried about.
On that
right
whole
now.
offense, yeah. Absolutely.
And look, he's no Mac Jones. He's no Tua. At least he's not at this point. But he is a guy that can win you a lot of football games. But I don't have a ton of confidence that we had such an elite unit that we saw from Alabama last year. You had an elite unit you saw from LSU in 2019. This is night and day from that because Mechie's a good receiver. Jameson Williams, good receiver. I don't know if they're elite receivers. I know you don't have an elite running back right now. And the offensive line outside of Evan Neal, it's still piecing together.
I know we got a break. When we come back, can I give you something that still to this day puzzles?
We're not going to break yet. We have to get in the pants store, and then you can give me that thought.
No,
okay?
no. After the break, it's something that puzzles me about Nick Saban.
Okay,
still to this day, he's the greatest.
Our friends at the pants store want to remind you that you can get game day polos for these home games this weekend down at Auburn and down at Tuscaloosa, Bryant-Denny Stadium. Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and game day hats, sunglasses, those Yeti coolers, cups, and Yeti Huggies. All the ladies' game day wear, including the smocked waist shorts, the skirts, the skirts, the booties, and the bodysuits, all in a huge variety of those game day tops. And you can find all of these online at pantstore.com or in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or in Huntsville. And at pantstore.com. 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Huntsville, and Tuscaloosa, and online at pantstore.com. One more thought as we get ready to head to break here. Troy says, I'm with Brown. Earl is going to be Bama's biggest playmaker. JoJo, you've been saying that for a while. The separation in man-to-man coverage, something Nick Saban talked about in his news conference there. But I'm back with you on Bryce. I thought the ability to manage that atmosphere in his first road start is nothing but a positive sign for him. And I think he's bailing them out of some tough situations.
Now, I think this guy might have been drinking, but I got a text this weekend. It was between the Alabama and the Auburn games saying, would you rather, after watching Bryce, would you rather have Bryce Young or Bo Nix?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And that was from an Alabama fan.
Wow. We asked a poll question earlier, Cowan Equipment poll question. Tell me the results online at Next Round Live on Twitter.
Alabama's toughest remaining opponent, 71% of you say Ole Miss. 17% say at Auburn, 10% at A&M, 2% the other. I don't know who the other is.
LSU, Arkansas.
The thing that surprises me the most is there's more at Auburn than at Texas A&M right now.
Yeah, well, I think Auburn was that impressive, and Alabama's inability to stop the run with Tank Bigsby.
Well, that's your problem with both of those teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, A&M's going to run Spiller on you
and
too.
Spiller.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got two guys that can be effective running the football. Then obviously with Hunter and Bigsby.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some difficult matchups coming up as far as stopping some of these running backs.
Yeah, they got to fix the run defense for sure. That's the Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call them 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender. NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Lock of the day every day here on the Next Round show, brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and the folks there. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Whether it's residential or business, they can take care of all your plumbing needs, from a drip to a clog to even all your jetter services. Check them out online at ironmountainworld.com.
Coming off a really good weekend, 9-4 in college football for you on Saturday, 3-0 in the NFL. Packers, this number opened at 7 against Detroit. It is up to 11.5. Aaron Rodgers coming off his worst loss as a starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, 35-point loss to the Saints. In 11 starts in Lambeau against the Detroit Lions, he's 9-2, 21 touchdowns, 4 picks. I think Cooter, the greasy quarterback, will bounce back tonight. I hate pulling for the guy, but I'm laying the 11.5. I'm playing the pack. That is your lock of the night.
11.5. The number to call to get a winner always in the plumbing world is 205-516-4927. IronMountainWorld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the folks there, they'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed and bonded and insured. IronMountainWorld.com. Just drain it. Brown, you had a thought.
Cody has broken the code before I can even get to it, and he is right. Nick Saban is the greatest to have ever done this. I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying that.
Okay. I think almost everyone agrees with you.
Yeah. There's never been anybody that has done it better. And I'm telling you, if he were coaching my team, except he actually did coach my team once, I would just trust anything the guy says implicitly and say, go do it. There are few, if any, things that really about him make me wonder why he does it the way he does it, but this is one of them. His refusal to use timeouts at the end of the half when his team is going to get the ball back is very, very puzzling to me. Like, that game was 21-9, and Florida was super conservative at the end of the half. And they were in a long, I don't have it in front of me, they were in a long yardage situation. You had two options. Number one, you could have either used your timeouts and gotten the ball back with 2 minutes, no timeouts left, but Florida didn't have any timeouts left. So you've got you control everything at that point. Florida doesn't have timeouts. You've got none. So if your play doesn't work, you can just run and go to the locker room. Or you could have called a timeout after third down and kept the timeout. And he chose to do neither. And it really is, it's very puzzling to me why he operates that way. You had an opportunity.
He tells a story about a time when
his dad told him not to do it.
No, he was pulling a big upset at Michigan State, and in sort of that situation, it was trying to, be really aggressive instead of, he called the timeouts and ended up being the worst case scenario, lost the lead, turned the whole momentum of the game and all of that. When you're two timeouts in the college game, he chooses to play it very conservative there. Timeouts are gold to him in the second half. In the first half, it depends on how the game's going. He doesn't always use them.
He refuses to use them at the end of the half. And my only point to this is it may not happen, but I got to think there'll come a time where Alabama is going to need to put together a drive to get a field goal off. And they got the ball back there probably on the 10. They kneeled it, went to the locker, or ran it, went to the locker room. What does it hurt to practice that situation, if nothing else? Did you need those points? It turned out you actually could have used them.
So 21-9 at the 10-yard line, you'd be throwing?
If you trust Bryce Young, I would have done something safe first and see what happens.
Like run the ball if you get a 15, 20-yard gain? Yeah.
Safe pass, throw it to my tight end in the flat over on the side. It's something safe, yeah. Something that I trust Bryce Young's not going to throw a pick. Can I let it heave it over the middle? Probably not.
Boy, I've seen a lot of key fumbles, including last night with Edwards-Helaire at the end of games. I mean, just imagine. I see what you're saying,
guys,
Brown.
at some point,
can I take you back to Tua Tagovailoa and LSU? You're winning the first half. You throw that pick right before the half when you're trying to be aggressive. It costs you the game.
I mean, I don't think they were leading right there. I think they were trailing, and that's why they were being aggressive.
I think the difference, Brown, in this situation now, against Ole Miss in a couple of weeks, it might be totally different, but I don't know how you guys felt at 21-9. I thought the game was still over.
Yep,
I didn't think there was any chance Florida was going to be able to win that game.
Again, you got to hear me now. I didn't know. I don't think they thought they needed those points there. My only point is, when else can you drill? I got 2 minutes, no timeouts. We got to get a field goal to win this
next
game.
week against Southern Miss.
Yeah, or in practice. Or in practice, you don't do it in the first half of a 21-9 game.
Why not? You don't trust your team?
I don't think that's smart. I mean, you could have a receiver that tips a well-thrown ball that hits his shoulder pad and bounces right to the linebacker.
Yeah, I don't trust that
Tagovailoa is
right
one of
now.
the best guys that ever quarterbacked. And when it comes to completion rate, he threw an interception against LSU.
Yeah, he did in a game where they needed those points. And by the way, it turned out Saturday, Alabama in the end could have potentially used those points.
And they won the game. If he had thrown an interception and gave Florida a touchdown or a field goal right there, or they fumbled the football, they'd have lost the game.
I mean, you don't get a chance to do that very often. And they actually have a kicker you can trust now. I'm just surprised you don't take advantage of the timeouts.
I don't know if you can trust your offensive line right now. I don't know how much you can trust these receivers. Even Bryce in these situations, I just don't know yet.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Truckworks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, now hiring. And if you look for a new job right now, they are looking for several awesome people at all 13 of their locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. They're hiring all experience level, all departments across all of their locations. And you hear people describe working with TruckWorks as fun. Another comment online says, absolutely the most fun job I've ever had. Coming to work is a joy. That's what they're saying about TruckWorks. They have openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. To see the open positions, hit the Join Our Team tab on the website, truckworks.com. truckworks.com. When we come back, some final thoughts about the weekend, best and worst from everybody else on the table, plus one gambling story that'll give you a little bit more interest in the Lions tonight on Monday Night Football. All that wraps up the next round next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better: a cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, I'm going to stand down on the Swamp not being the loudest place in college football. Tom Stipe of the Crimson Tide Sports Network, watching live on Facebook, has, as he says, in the immortal words of Johnny Cash, I have been everywhere, man. In fact, many times he's been everywhere. And the Swamp last Saturday was the loudest stadium I have ever been in, says Tom Stipe of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. His job is literally audio, and he mics the stadium and rides the crowd noise, so he would know what the loudest stadium is. So I stand down.
I'm going to say Dunaway Stipe has been the Crimson Tide Sports Network engineer since 85, 86.
Right.
So that shows you how long Tom has been doing it.
So obviously, yeah, he's been around.
Yep.
I was going to say the last time this got brought up from one of our viewers and listeners talking about the loudest they've ever heard, I was just wondering if it's because we got nothing last year and because fans are back in stadiums, and it sounds that much more amplified.
But it allowed us, according to Stipe, so I'll agree with that part of the show being brought to you by Bromberg's.
Hey, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. A couple of great locations. You've got one at Mountain Brook. You've got one at the Summit, family owned and operated since 1836. They have established themselves a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. They've also got jewelry, timepieces, great gifts, and also an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Again, stop in one of those two locations today or go online. Check out that online store at brombergs.com.
One Better from Bleacher Report. One Better has a lot riding on the Monday Night Football game between the Lions and the Packers. If Detroit wins at a plus 400 on the money line, this person will complete a 16-game parlay, a $25 bet that will pay him $726,959. He's hit 15 of the 16-game parlay. Lance, would you teach the folks out there if they're ever in a situation where they have played $25, they've hit 15 of 16 on the parlay, and you've got a win tonight by Detroit that would pay you $726,000. What do you do, my friend?
Okay, a $726,000 payout on a $25 bet. I have got Detroit on the money line at plus 400. I am taking Green Bay right now. I can get them. I don't think it's going to be as heavy
What
as
Lance is about to
-500.
describe to you is a layoff. You're laying off some of this bet.
Yeah. Right now, Green Bay money line is minus 610. Damn, that's a big money line. I'm still going to put... I'm still going to put...
But you're going to guarantee yourself winning some money,
yeah,
whatever you put out there.
I'm going to put $5,000 on Green Bay, which would make me lose $30,000 if they lost. But I'm still going to win $5,000. I might even put more. I might put... You've got to find somebody who's going to take this first off.
Right.
But if he could find somebody... I mean, even if you put $10,000 to lose $60,000 on Green Bay... You're guaranteed either winning $50,000 or $726,000.
You win either way.
So anyway, what Lance is telling you, when you're in that situation, bet the other side so you guarantee winning some money.
And I will tell you, this will be one of the biggest stories coming out of the football weekend. If Detroit is able to go on the road after being down 28 to San Francisco and beat Green Bay and put Aaron Rodgers at 0-2, people will start to talk about, is Aaron Rodgers done?
Jordan Love time.
All right, we got 4 minutes left in the show. Give me your best, your worst of the weekend, LT.
My worst of the weekend, 4 quarterbacks get injured yesterday, including Tua, Carson Wentz, Andy Dalton, Tyrod Taylor. It looks like all 4 of those guys are going to be okay. I think Wentz may be the more serious of the injuries.
Dalton will not be.
Well, ultimately, he won't be. You're right. You're right. Now, of course, Matt Nagy being Matt Nagy said as long as he's healthy, he still is our starting quarterback. But my best was Jake Haener, Jackson Dart, the quarterbacks out west. Jackson Dart coming in for Keaton Slovis, who got hurt on that first drive, down 14-0. They close on a 45-0 run. He was your Gatorade National Player of the Year last year, 18-year-old. I don't think Slovis is going to come back. I really don't. I think Jackson Dart has won this job. And Jake Haener, one of the more courageous performances. If you didn't get to watch Fresno State and UCLA, and a lot of people didn't, unless you've got Pac-12 Network somehow or a Fire Stick like me, that was just incredible watching that comeback for Fresno State.
That's the same back in the caveman days. The same brag right there, unless you got a Fire Stick like me. Me like Fire Stick.
Big shout out to Thomas for hooking me up on the Fire Stick.
Shorted after TV.
34 combined fourth quarter points in that game. It was crazy.
It was so much fun to watch, though.
My best of the weekend, Neil Brown's West Virginia team beating Virginia Tech. I didn't think they could do it. 27-21. Letty Brown was good. I think
Neil Brown almost blew that game.
But I think that is Neil Brown's biggest win to date at West Virginia. Yes,
ranked team. But to me, it got dampered a little bit by watching how he coached down the stretch.
Okay, Brown, we didn't get to your worst earlier in the show. What was it?
Lance mentioned it, and those of you that know me as a Dolphins fan, you got to understand Tua getting hurt was going to be my worst of the weekend. I don't think that's going to surprise anybody. Though the X-rays have been negative, looks like it's just a pain management situation.
Which means, wouldn't you think that Tua just pushes through to play? Because I think just the public perception of it's a pain management thing, you at least go out and give it a try, right?
I think you do, Lance, but if you're Brian Flores and that coaching staff, you've got to be worried about that offensive line, though they're probably not going to get that much better.
This could cost you a steak, Dunaway.
I had a tie for my worst of the weekend. Florida State 0-3 for the first time since 1976. That was Bobby Bowden. That was Bobby Bowden's first year. Florida State's turned it over 6 times this weekend, 10 turnovers in 3 games. But my worst is the Pac-12, who continues to schedule San Diego State. The Aztecs, who beat Utah 33-31, now 7-2 versus the Pac-12 since 2016. 2 more times in each year for the next 5 years, the Pac-12 is going to play San Diego State.
This is the SEC scheduling Memphis, is what this is. You'd think the SEC would learn not to schedule Memphis.
Well, I mentioned BYU. BYU's 3-0 against Pac-12 South teams.
They're at least about to go to the Big 12.
Yeah. But it'd be easier if you just put San Diego State and BYU in your league.
That's right.
If you're going to play them that much, and that way, at least if you lose, you're losing to another Pac-12 team.
Incidentally, Rockstar, I told you we wouldn't need those points for San Diego State.
You never do need those points.
No, I do sometimes, but they won that one outright.
Hey, we did. I had Fresno outright as
That's
a
right.
double-digit
I had
dog.
San Diego outright. Jimmy D, who'd you have?
I had Northern Illinois and LSU. I just wanted them to cover the 19.
How'd that do?
They did not. It wasn't Central Michigan. Central Michigan inside. They didn't cover the 19. I'm still 0 on that board.
Don't worry, Wimp won again. We'll hear that.
Yeah, Wimp's 4-0 on the blue plate. I'm looking so forward to our upset alert, which comes back on Wednesday. I'm 0-3 on the year. Surely I'll get a win before Florida State does. Florida State could go 0-11.
I said 5 and 7 was one of my 3 guarantees, if you remember.
Yeah,
that may be an improvement.
They'll fight to get to 1. All right, that's the show today. Don't forget the replay will crank back up here when we're done. If you're listening on the app, you can always rewatch us on Facebook. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round